the beat, not make him angry.
Jeff has to go over to the courthouse here. We gotta do this for Jeff.
I do?
Not you, for this Jeff.
Oh, you'll do things for him?
Yeah. Okay, it is Thursday, December 3rd, 2020. We'll call the meeting to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
One another.
Okay. Minutes and reports received and filed.
Yes, we have the November recorder of deeds fees, the county clerk's November fees, and the sheriff's office November fees.
Okay. You got anything new that's come onto your calendar since Tuesday?
I don't think so.
Nope. Okay, we'll skip all that. Commission comments, bids and contracts, bid award of 2020-31 medical services, Cole County Jail. Sheriff.
Medical services?
Oh, I thought you were going through your stuff still. We had 3 bids, and we want to stay with who we have right now, which is, it's a good question. That's who we're going with, though.
Medical's advanced.
Wow.
Advanced Correctional, sorry. They were the cheapest, but they were also the, like I said, we're familiar with them. There was one other one that was cheaper, but they've only been a medical company since September of 2020. We don't want to be that project,
Yeah.
and they're out of California.
California, Missouri?
No.
Oh,
And they
okay.
have nothing here in the
Okay.
state of Missouri.
Okay.
So is this just an award or a contract or?
I don't think we ever got the contract. It is an award. If we had the contract today, I would have gave it to you, but
Does Jessica have the
Jessica,
tabs? I don't, I'm trying to find the email yet. Because it wasn't attached to the,
hold on. I don't have the tabs.
See if I can find
I just look over.
So out of the 3 companies, the one, like I said, was September of 2020. The Healthcare Solutions, who is a pretty good sized organization, wanted $634,571 a year. A total of $2,664,994 for the 4 years, for a 4-year term. That's 3 times the amount for correctional health care.
So who was the company again? Kristen?
Advanced Healthcare Correction.
Advanced correctional.
Advanced Correction, yeah. ACH. Advanced
Advanced
Correctional.
correctional healthcare.
Yeah, okay, I knew healthcare was in there somewhere.
Normally we'd have the bid tabs and stuff here and I don't see any of that, but I mean, I'm fine with sticking with them, I guess, but anyway.
Yeah, she's
Kind of
gonna put it
messed
out.
up, so.
Yeah.
Is Jessica here?
Projects here.
She's not here today.
Oh, how convenient.
Can we come back to that or?
Yeah, we can come back to that.
Okay.
Try and get a hold of them.
Okay. Do we have any unfinished business? New business, approval of Public Works Cardiograph contract.
Okay, this was, a portion of the funding for this was approved through the CARES Act money. And we have the actual contract to sign with Cardiograph, and it is asset management software. Totally changed how we manage our assets and manage work orders, tasks, a lot of everything that we do. So it's a big deal for us. A huge component to this is actually to be able to remotely schedule work, track things remotely, allow our crews to be out in the field more so than come into the office, and that was the component of the,
I'm good.
with the
Yep.
COVID-19 issue.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
Yeah,
Okay.
come on. Sorry to cut you off,
No,
but,
that's fine. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Excited to say that.
We want to get out of here.
There's a signature line on there for Jill. She did approve it. Just need to sign
so is Cardiograph the company?
it. Cardiograph is.
Okay. I move that we approve and sign the contract with Cardiograph.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
I got another 30, 45.
Oh, Sierra, approval and signing of LEPC HMEP application. See how quick we are? Man, I'll tell you.
Sorry.
Oh, that's great.
Get to
Do
work.
they do this in Boone County? Are they this quick in Boone County?
No. They'd have to hear it all.
Well, we kind of heard it once already.
Yeah.
We'll see you Saturday.
See you then.
This is just an application from the MERC, Missouri Emergency Response Commission. It's to receive free classes for our hazmat team. So if I just need presiding commissioner's signature on the front, and if you want to go ahead and turn to the back page, that's our 3 options for the classes that we chose.
It's just an application.
It is, yeah.
Okay. So which 3 classes do you want to take them all, or?
They're on the back of that first page.
Oh,
Yeah.
I think.
okay.
Yeah.
All right, sorry. I move that we sign the HMEP training request application.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you. You already got one, don't you? Or you already signed it? Yep. Thank you, Sierra.
Thanks, Sierra. Okay, discussion of Agency 360.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Thank you. Thank you,
Got more
sir.
for Harry there, or?
I had one, but I don't know where it went.
Is this?
Yes, please, can you make 2 copies? So what Agency 360 is through the FTAP program that we had in our billing contract. They had paid that $15,000 to have the field training officers, I'm sorry, that was the CADS. We paid the $10,000 to have the FTAP program brought in this last year, and that's the field training and evaluation program. What that does is it allows, it teaches our preceptors how to properly train new employees and people that are going through remediation should there be an issue. One of the things that group, when they came in, recommended was the Agency 360. What this program does is allows us to do evaluations on new employees. It allows them to, the preceptors to document their progression. It also, with the medical director, he'll be able to say where he feels things need to improve with an employee, not just a new employee, but he can also create kind of a performance improvement plan, so a PIP. Thank you. So that'll allow him to do that. This also allows us, because one thing that we do need to get better in our department is the annual evaluations, but it allows us not just to do annual, but more quarterly or semi-annual to show. I'm a firm believer that if you give evaluations more frequently, employees don't have a year to wonder how they're doing. So what this does is allows us to set this up. The employees can then set goals. We can see, are they meeting those goals on what they want to do in their career, but also how do we feel they're doing as their progression medically and administratively. So the initial normal setup price was $2,000. We negotiated that down to a $500 initial setup fee, and then this annually is the $2,997. This has we believe this will have a better impact. Normally when your employees are properly trained in the beginning and know where they're at, they generally have a better retention rate, is historically what you see. Obviously, I can't promise you that, but I do think that this is an opportunity for us to try to give our employees better feedback and for us to be able to document where they're at. From a legal standpoint, it also is, should we have an issue, we should be able to then take and present, no, this employee was properly trained, here's the documentation to prove that. And it kind of helps progress that process for us as well. So I'd ask for your consideration on this.
Do we get to use this too? I mean, like for supervisors and stuff, or you?
I can ask. I think so. I don't think that I don't think it's an unlimited number.
I mean, you know where I stand, or you stand with me, I'll tell you every day.
Right.
You know when you're in trouble.
So I do believe that we can. I can ask that. I don't want to say yes for sure. But basically, it gives us the ability to have up to quote unquote 5 roles. So for us, we have dispatchers, we have administrative personnel, we have EMTs, paramedics. So right there's 4 right there. And then
If you want to check into it, I mean, I'm fine with this. I was just curious about that too
I mean, it's something that if
For
not,
us.
I'm sure you could purchase more if you wanted to do it more throughout the county under that. I'm sure that's something that this isn't an EMS specific product.
Okay.
I'm fine too.
We
In your
talked about
budget
it before,
or
I just thought about that.
is this in your current budget or?
It's not in our current budget as far as a line item on that.
Okay. So this would have to be added to the next year's budget?
So we would like to take it out of contingency so we can start setting that up now, so that way as these new employees that we're hiring come on, we're hoping to be more successful with them.
So it would have to be added to both years, this year and next year.
Yeah, I'm good. I move that we move forward with Agency 360.
Second.
All in favor?
All right.
Aye.
Thank you, John.
Signing the fire station agreement.
This is just what we talked about.
I have, yeah, this is what we
Tuesday,
talked
right?
about the other day. I
Yeah.
have contracts with the plumber and the carpenter that Jill vetted for me.
Okay.
I have a submission, basically just it says that they agree to let us build there, and then I have the amended.
Okay. You guys good with all these?
Good with that,
So there's
Yeah.
a facility use agreement, there's a,
There's an amendment to our contract, basically, that we already have on the
okay,
facility.
so this is a contract with the Cole County Fire Protection District?
Yes.
Or an amendment?
Well, actually, it's a new contract.
Okay. This one here.
That's theirs. That's theirs so that we can do the build out. This is the new
Right.
agreement with the Fire Protection District because it's
Okay.
for 2020.
So I move that we sign the agreement for the build-out with the Cole County Fire Protection District.
Second. Or, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, gentlemen.
So we
Okay.
got them
We're not
tabs
done yet,
now.
but anyway.
Get them tabs.
I move that we sign the amended facility station use agreement with Cole County Fire Protection District.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Move that we sign a contract with John Billieu Plumbing for work at fire station at County Park Road.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So why is he not just doing it underneath the contractor?
Don't know.
All right.
And then I move that we sign the contract with Tom Dissler Construction for work at the fire station on County Park Road.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
If you guys vote to do that as an emergency. State that you're going to do this with it. Please.
Sure.
I move that we declare an emergency build out of fire station at County Park Road.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Actually, Chris, and there's below the bid limits.
I guess
It's not one.
separately they are, you do them
It was
separately.
over 10,000.
Well, you
That was the day.
you separated one project into 2 parts, so I mean,
So you're still over.
yeah. but-
You can't really,
Yeah, they got to be taken in totality together.
Right.
Okay. Signing a medical director agreement.
Gentlemen, this is the agreement that we discussed the other day. Jill has reviewed it. The not to exceed cost is in there as well.
You guys good?
Good,
Yeah.
yes.
You need to discuss the appropriation.
So obviously the budget won't be signed until after the first of the year. This obviously takes effect because we have to have a medical director January 1st. So there'll have to be appropriations for that. Again, we could either take it out of contingency for that purpose, but the good part is it's only billed hourly, and because of that, I don't see us exceeding the initial, during this initial time frame, exceeding what was appropriated in this budget for this upcoming cycle.
Chris, in the language says subject to annual appropriation.
So my suggestion would be to transfer the whole amount from contingency. We'll do a PO that you'll use to spend it down.
Okay.
That, whatever's left at the end of the year will carry over into the next year.
Okay.
And when is this effective?
January 1st.
But you'll have to have someone on board prior to that, I would
So
assume.
he'll
You get
take
too much
effect
paper.
January 1st. We obviously have to have a medical director in January 1st is when the current contract expires.
Okay.
Or the end of December 31st is when it expires. This was a contract, the old
Good.
contract was annually renewing automatically for up to 5 years, I believe it was, or 3 years.
It was a 3-year.
3 years, so.
Good.
Yeah, I'm good.
I move that we sign the medical director agreement with the curators of the University of Missouri.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thanks, sir.
Before they leave, Brian gave me an invoice yesterday, or a quote from All Systems. Because of the renovation they did out there, they have to move their door access stripes, I guess, for a tune of about $3,400. So I need permission. to do
How many
that.
are they moving? They should just be moving 2. And it doesn't say how many they're moving.
He said 2.
Was it 2? Okay.
So obviously that wasn't in the capital, so
What was that for again?
So the current, when we moved the doors, the access doors are in the different spots, the swiping.
So they need to put a new access.
We're just gonna take the current ones and move them to other
I
doors.
see, okay. So it's just to restrict access.
Right, this is the way to restrict access into the employee area.
Same way with that one too. Do we need to declare that emergency or is it?
it's under the amount, I just didn't have that in the budget. So I didn't want to sign this proposal unless you guys knew about it, or I could ask Sam to sign it. I could put it on the agenda for the next time, which would probably be the appropriate thing to do. But since they were here, I just wanted to ask them. If you had any questions of them, I can put this on the agenda.
I don't have
for
any
next
questions. Can we put it on Tuesday's agenda?
week. I can do that.
Cool, thank
Is
you.
that all right?
Yeah, I didn't know about it, so it's probably a good thing. I can double check it, so I appreciate it.
Okay. Did we get some bid tabs on that
Just
medical services or?
Just
Yeah.
came in an
Oh,
email Debbie
did you?
forwarded.
Okay.
So I don't think we ever got it in the first place.
Did
No,
we?
It was sent to
So-
John, and then we never
Yeah,
did
she,
anywhere else.
a lot of times she'll send it to us requesting it be put on the agenda, so I think she just forgot to attach it or whatever, so.
And you got a hold of Jessica too, right? Do we want to go back to that?
That's
That's
what we're
what
talking
we're
That's
about.
the email.
Oh,
Oh, you'll have to print this out for Sam.
no. I'm signing this stuff. I don't know what I'm, here's another, that's too much paper.
We got all day.
I was still back on the medical director and
No, this is medical
a
services for
door,
the jail.
a door. We were talking a door.
The door. The door.
Did it just
Yeah,
come through,
I-
Debbie?
Huh?
I'm just trying to,
Yeah, 5 minutes ago.
I'll get a copy here for.
all right, I just can't seem to, hadn't loaded yet or something.
Yeah,
Oh.
I mean, I'm fine with
Just
it.
a
I just
court
wanted
care
to look at
spreadsheet.
it. Make John sit up here longer?
I'm gonna stay for court services anyway.
Oh, well,
They're they directly affect me.
What
You're
time
good.
is their start, 8:30?
Yeah, 8:30. I'm surprised Johnny's not here.
I don't know why. Won't pull up here.
I'm signed.
You missed one.
Well, there's, the other signature pages are for the HIPAA Business Association agreement, which is an attachment to, that's the regular contract page.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Let's see that real quick. I see it. You got a copy.
I can hear you. Okay.
All right, so it was advanced correctional.
Mhm.
Still can't get it
Yes.
to pull up, so.
Yeah.
I move that we award the medical services for the Cole County Jail to Advanced Correctional.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Anything else? We'll just wait for,
Steve over there,
yeah, I want-
or
You first? Donnie is.
Oh, yeah.
but if Steve's here, we
Oh,
just,
Steve is.
we jumped around yesterday. I'm like,
Jeff, were you gonna bring up about the fit tester?
Oh,
Under
yeah.
unfinished business, and I don't know if we need to go under unfinished or.
Old
come back.
business,
Or old
because we
business
talked
or
about the
whatever,
fit
yeah.
tester and it was part of the
Yeah,
CARES money.
You guys have already approved it, but I want to get it so I can start the process. And to do that, it would have to be an emergency purchase. And then to be able to utilize the CARES money, if I have to bid it out, I wouldn't be able to do that, nor would I be able to get these half masks online. Do I need to come back for a special?
I mean, I think we can go ahead and basically approve proceeding with it and then I guess formally approve Tuesday, or can we do it under old business today? Just, okay.
I think you can vote to let him do it today and then Tuesday just say you
Okay.
did it as an emergency.
I had your notes on my desk.
Yeah, well, and I forgot about it too.
I did too.
So,
Jeff, what?
all right, thank you.
So.
we need
yeah,
to,
I don't know if we need to vote on that to give approval to go ahead and move forward with it, and next week we'll make an emergency purchase.
so I move that we allow the sheriff to move forward with the purchase of the fit testers.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
If people don't show up for their briefing, can I have their money?
No.
The judge is coming.
Worth the shot.
The judge is coming.
It was worth the shot.
That's what I was told.
If he's 1 second late, Todd's locking
Well,
the
if it's
doors.
a judge, then I take that back.
Debbie's already got dibs.
What? I got all kinds of invoices, I don't know what's going on.
Which one we starting with them?
We really wait until 2
Whoever
o'clock.
comes first.
It's supposed to be court security on page 55.
Okay. 55,
We really wait until 2 o'clock to do this CARES stuff?
court security?
We're-
Oh, 2
we-
o'clock.
I'll send you.
We're gonna come back at 2 to do that?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I got page 68.
Are you playing Donnie Schulte
I'm
today?
Donnie Schulte, I'm all you get today. He's down at the gate.
Oh, okay.
Wherever you want, Judge.
Sorry, you're right, Jeff. 68.
There's my one time today. I think you saw the department number. What's it?
69.
I'm sorry?
Page 68, 69. In the book according to Kristen.
Okay.
It's
you
quite
gonna-
the book.
Are you gonna go over both the court security and court services?
I can talk about both. Well,
Yep.
I was gonna, yeah, I mean, if you wanna do all that now.
Donnell, I told her 11 as well, because she had to move hers from yesterday.
I'm limited, but I got a 9 o'clock hearing,
Okay,
Okay.
talk fast.
so. Fair enough.
You know, on our third day, we,
As we'd say in debate, start at the top of your flow. I want to direct your attention to page so-and-so. Okay. With respect to court services. It's
Court
something,
services or court security?
court security. Let's talk about court security
Yeah,
first.
Kristen
first.
hit that light.
Okay.
There we go.
thank you. Yeah, I was gonna say, man,
Okay.
And we can turn it.
Sorry, I missed one.
Yeah, we have a little more light, that would help me.
Outside.
Oh, that's outstanding. All right. With respect to court security, I can tell you that where we thought we were in August is completely different than where we are today, and we'll be back talking about the rest of 2020. Talking about 2021. First, we want to thank Kristen or whoever decided that we could split pretrial services out. That will let us manage pretrial services, and Judge Walker will probably have primary responsibility for payroll, budget, and things like that. With respect to the court security stuff, I mean, it's pretty much where we were, pretty close to where we were last year. We appreciate the addition of the 5th Marshal. As you may be aware, we have one employee who is off on medical, and I don't know when they're coming back. Bucklew retired in November, and I'm not sure exactly where we are because I'm sure we have to pay off some vacation or something like that. So we've been trying not to hire anybody. We have a hire ready to replace Bucklew, but the guy Judge Green wants to start February the 1st. So we'll be so we're probably gonna have a little more part-time coverage in January until he comes on board February the 1st. If you approve the 5th person as proposed in the budget, we'd like to get that person on board January the 1st so we can get people trained while we still have part-time people around. The budget is pretty much what we had talked about before. I think it's pretty much the same as it was last year with the addition of the 5th Marshal for the new judge. The split out of pretrial, the only thing that I noticed about the split out for pretrial was $2,100 of expenses disappeared between the transfer of the budget. The number was $45,000 and now it's $42,900. And because Chris and I had talked about what we were doing with, I mean, they got to have pencils, they got to have paper, they got to have toner, you know, like anything else like that. And so I think all of that had been with the electronic monitors, you know, the ankle bracelets had all been in that sort of $45,000 number. And
You're talking about the 45,000
Yeah.
that was down here in expense under pretrial,
right,
and then over on the pretrial side.
right. When
it's
it
at
got
42,900.
split out, it ended up
I think I just estimated the different costs trying to break out the 40.
right.
And then I only got to 42, but I mean.
But we're probably gonna need every dollar, as you're well aware. I mean, I shove cases as much as we can shove. We've gotten 2 jury trials in. I got the jail full of people who need to be in jail, but, you know, and we're using
I'm
all.
not sure 45 is gonna get it, because we're at 44 already for this year.
Yeah.
And we got another, at least month of monitoring, if not 2.
Yeah, I mean, we're trying to keep everybody in that needs to be in, but if we can let them out with some structure. The additional person approved earlier this year for pretrial has helped us, but they've got a ton of people. And, you know, I keep putting them on, but I can't get them off because I can't, until we start having trials, it's difficult to convince people they should plead to these cases. So we keep, you know, we make a run at it. Why the trials don't go, there's 150 different reasons, and we're looking at continuing trials now because all the projections say, you know, it's going to get worse before it gets better. The good news is, I saw some stuff that's suggested by May we might be looking up. I thought that would be May, we'd be looking up this year. That didn't really happen. But that's essentially what security is. Now, two things that Donnie asked me to address was, one, we've got a half FTE that we're paying with COVID money to work the gate. Whereas January of last year, the docket was managed pretty much by Sparky, who managed Judge Sodergren. We're going to have an extra judge there, which will change the flow of people. We paid for that to help monitor people, to ask them the COVID questions, to do the thermoscanning. But it's taken 3 marshals to work a docket. Because I got somebody outside, I got to have somebody inside. We're parking people in the building as we can, 6 foot apart. We've been using Judge Green's courtroom early in the morning. It's available, but then I got to have somebody supervise that. And so what Donnie asked me to say was, if we get COVID money, then we would be back asking for COVID money for that half FTE. I just don't know. I can't believe they won't give COVID money for 2021, but that's a possibility. But that half FTE is about $16,000 that we're currently using now.
Would you run that through part-time, or would you leave that with the contract service that
It
you're
would,
doing?
it would be with the contract services, because I think that's how that's paid for. I mean, this would be somebody from Guardsman. Is it Guardsman, the vendor? And we've got that now, but I think we're paying for it as a COVID expense, as it rightly is. It just takes, you know, I was talking to Judge Walker yesterday. The law day that I used to walk into and conduct for 2.5 hours, I spend 6 hours. Rachel spent all week trying to get ready for that law day, and I'll spend 2 or 3 hours Thursday night doing the WebEx invitations. So just everything is just taking a tremendous amount of time. But as to court security, I think the numbers were as we projected. We would ask that as soon as we know that we have approval for the 5th person, that we could get that person coming on board 1/1. And while we didn't think we were going to need it, we would ask for, you know, increase in the, I think it's called professional services line, to accommodate that half FTE, at least until we're, you know, we're back full strength. And I don't know, as far as the one marshal we have out on health, on medical, I don't know how long that's going to go on. But I'm sure we'll be back to talk about the part-time budget for the rest of the year, but not for today. And then now, at some point in this conversation about court security and interest in the building, and maybe it comes under COVID, because I mentioned, I put that in when we talked to Krista about the last group of COVID money, is some sort of protection for the people outside, because it is winter. We looked at tents, nobody liked that idea. We looked at carports, nobody liked that idea. And quite frankly, it's an exterior of the building thing. I think it's, you guys have to be involved in that decision. We can tell you what we need, but I think that's a commission decision as to something like that that you would do outside the building. So that may be a discussion under the CARES hat as opposed to the budget hat. But that's the short on the court security budget. I think what Kristen recommended, we're good with. The $45,000 I've addressed, and we'd like, if we can't get COVID money to do it, we'd like some additional services money for this half FTE that we're using now. We're working, everybody, I mean, Judge Walker's starting at 8:30. We're trying to spread people out. You know, it's not that people aren't working. It's just, it just takes longer. Questions on that topic?
So Donnie said he had some ideas for the, I guess, the cover outside where people are waiting.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, the concern was if we put it, I mean, before Buckley left, we went down and looked at Fort Leonard Wood. I mean, talked to DOD and said, "Can I get one of those giant MASH tents?" But it's the wrong size. Okay, they didn't have a tent that would fit in that area. We looked at the carports. No one really wanted to put a carport in front of the courthouse. And then there was a concern that people who needed shelter after hours.
Yeah, you mentioned that too.
You know, I mean, that's, you see this downtown, none of us are immune to that there are people there you know, and then they would be out of the direct view. They would be out of the elements, but they would be out of the direct view. And so I just think that if we're talking about putting something in front of the courthouse, you guys got to be involved in that. You know, we can tell you that we need it, but in terms of what we do, but like I said, we looked at getting an Army surplus tent, and it just was the wrong size. We couldn't get one that would, you know, cover that area. I mean, we even talked about just a bucket full of umbrellas. And then we figured by the time you put stolen from the Cole County Courthouse that we could probably sell those, you know, maybe that's our revenue generator.
Or the assaults that occur.
Yeah. So, I mean, we're working with people, but when you have to tell somebody, okay, Mr. Shepperly, your case is, well, first thing is, no one knows where their case is. And part of that's created by, we keep moving cases to try to reduce the number of people. Part of it is, this is a population that's not really up on their calendar. So then I got to look up Mr. Shepperly's cases, and then I got to figure out have I got all his cases, and are any of them set for today? And then we'll say, can you go wait in your car and we'll text you, which just takes hands, and we're trying to work through, you know, what is the least inefficient way to try to get these people so they're not sitting in the courthouse, you know, and I've only got so many spaces. So
Could we put a, I mean, obviously it's not ideal, but could we put a tent either behind the old jail in that parking lot, or maybe even between these two buildings here or something? I mean, and then you can deal something
I
with
think
some
all those
radios, or, I mean, at least it's not on the front lawn.
yeah.
Yeah.
Right in front. I mean, they're close where.
I don't think
I'm just throwing
we
out
care.
ideas.
Okay, we just think that this is a problem,
Right.
and we need your help in resolving it. And because it involves the outside of the building, we didn't think it was our place to build a tent city without the participation of the
I've seen them lined up. You got usually about, I've seen as many as maybe 20 people outside
Oh,
waiting
easy.
to get in.
Yeah, I mean, and we're running people in, we're parking them in the hallway,
Okay.
we're running them through the dock. But if people don't show up to court, they forget. If people don't show up to court, they won't plead, and they won't pay their fines. And, you know, so we're trying to, you know, pretty much everybody in circuit, Judge Joyce, Judge Green, and myself, we're trying to minimize our in-person hearings so we can have more of Judge Walker's clientele in the building. So, I mean, I think we're doing reasonably good. I mean, you got 108 cases on the docket, and we got 25 people through the building. So that said differently, there's 75, 78 people that we were able to resolve, probably by putting their case off for another month. So we're trying to reduce the number of people through the building, because that's a risk too.
I think, in my opinion, I think a tent works. I mean, you could put a little portable heater or something in there, but basically getting people out of the wind, so that they could stay there for a little while. But obviously, those two places just came to mind, but
Yeah.
you could.
The jail lobby you wouldn't want them, would you, John? I'm just looking at stuff that's close by that's heated, but,
So why are they standing outside the door? I mean, do we have a way to, 'cause just like what we do with DMV, and especially one down in Morgan County, I mean, it's not that big, so they tell you not to come in. They tell you to call.
We tell people to call their lawyers. That doesn't work. We tell people to check
So they're
case
standing out there on their own.
Well, I mean, in all fairness, some of these people have so many cases, it's difficult for us to determine. And we know how to use CaseNet.
And some of them are afraid if they don't show up, they're gonna go to jail.
Yeah.
And I understand
Because
that.
they will.
They
So-
wanna
I
make
mean,
sure
that
they're
pretty
there.
much how I run my docket is I'll tell the lawyers to show up. They'll actually appear on video. And I'll tell them at the gate, when Jeff Helsher shows up, this is his court day. And then at the end of the docket, I get a list of who showed up. Because I have determined that if people don't have to show up at all, they forget. And so, I mean, we're trying all the different ways. You know, it's taken a long time to alter people's behaviors.
I mean, a tent's not gonna be pretty, but it's not gonna be permanent either, so we gotta put something
We're
up
hoping.
on the yard, and then, I think having a side on it too, to get them out of the way.
Well, you gotta have
if
a
you're-
side.
Yeah. Well, that was
Yeah,
where we
a lot of
ran into
people out
the
there
issue
working
of
it.
people using it after hours.
We can put the sides up or take them down each night. So you don't have the vagrants in there.
I wouldn't put it on the grass, but just,
Yeah, because we just sodded that, didn't we?
Yeah.
that's why I was thinking the parking lot would be.
If you closed off
better
like the
spot.
drive-through, so I mean, we'll have to back out, but, and did it,
Take
where,
my
you know, the
parking
smoking, huh?
You're gonna take my parking place.
No, we'll keep our park, we just have to,
We get to park under the tent.
I've been,
No, I know what you're saying.
but I'm saying you've got that smoking area, you've got the roof there, so if you put sides on it, I mean, then they still gotta walk around, but,
You know, and then there's only so many people you could theoretically stick in there, keeping them 6 feet apart.
Yeah, I was thinking about taking your parking spots. Sorry.
I thought so. I'm thinking
John's
back
got
towards
some
the back
extra
would be
spots
better.
over there, maybe. I don't know, we could figure parking out, so,
yeah.
yeah.
That's probably a better thought. Seriously, about parking, you guys just park in front of my facility on commission days.
Or over at Adams Street, or, I mean,
Yeah, we can find some.
you need some exercise, Sam.
Yeah. I just park behind the store, which is what I do most of the time anyway.
I don't know, just some ideas, I mean.
Yeah, well,
So,
Maybe
we're,
we get done
we're
with the budget
cognizant
Okay.
of
Before 2 o'clock, maybe
the, of
I'll
the
run
issue.
over there and
Right, yeah,
walk
I
over
don't know
and
that
look at
that's,
it.
you know, part
Yeah.
of the 2021 budget issue, but we did at some point wanted to have that particular discussion.
Yeah,
Okay, well, I think we'll try to walk over there after we get done with the budget stuff this morning and between that and our 2 o'clock meeting and see if we got any ideas.
okay.
But I mean, I'm not opposed to putting them right down here but then, I guess, do you just holler outside the front door? And
We could probably
say,
do that.
"Buzzard, get your butt in here."
Or you could have a little walkie-talkie
Yeah.
or whatever to,
Give them little buzzers like you have at the restaurant when your table's ready.
That was
Sure.
Judge,
Yeah.
that was Judge Joyce's idea.
well,
Okay, she wanted us to buy
Mind sinking.
the buzzers, but we thought the cost of chasing them, you know.
They will disappear. And get broke.
Yeah.
You know, as far as that goes, but we're trying, like I said, Judge Walker took his dockets and spread them out. We're starting early, we're going late. We're doing everything we can do to reduce the number of people in the building at any one time. So,
Just real quickly while we're talking about CARES, the judge has some kind of shifting around a little bit. There's a few things that in the original proposal they are not going to necessarily do, but there are others that the cost kind of increased. So instead of 10 teleworkstations, I think it's now 12 or 13.
well, yeah, it's, first thing was, the numbers I was given were incomplete. And we realized quickly that one could not operate your computer without a keyboard and a mouse. So I think we were $600 over outfitting the 10 that we did.
It looks like $949.
Okay. And then we think we need 2 more because as I was chasing down the new laptops that we bought the court reporters, I realized that we had deployed them with the clerk's office. Eventually I might have to have those back. We deployed them with the clerk's office in our first round. So, anyway, I don't know that you know what we're doing is we're taking the CPU box, and we've got all the small ones now in the court system, and everybody's got monitors and printers and scanners at home, and they just move the box back and forth. The only hitch I ran into that was people didn't remember the power supply. So I bought 2 extra power supplies so that the first day you had one to use, and the second day you were supposed to remember yours.
So I sent you guys a spreadsheet basically of the stuff that was approved through the CARES, and there was like 10 different categories with a with a total to go up. Yeah, so all the way up those things right there add up to 77,000. And this was what was submitted and approved. The total is like 77,000. We try to keep it in those categories and spend money, but it's becoming, shifting around. Do you guys have a problem with us shifting that stuff around as long as it's CARES related expenses? That was the big question, I think. Because obviously the total money was there.
Who's gonna verify that, I guess, is the only.
Well,
We're trying to.
yeah.
Okay.
Well, they don't get money until they get.
I mean, I think
we
the
get
telework
records.
stations are pretty easy,
Right.
like we're gonna buy 3 more than we were before. Some of the things, if we can't fit them into the current category, we may have to do a new application to run it through BKD. But if it's just additional quantity of something else, we're just gonna move it on and maybe shift
good.
money from the ones we're
Yeah,
not doing at the moment. So like off-site venues for jury selection, we're
that's
not
not gonna
going to
happen.
use that at all. So there's
2020.
$5,000 that we could shift
It's fine.
to one of the other categories.
And as long as it's CARES.
Yep.
Yeah, so as long as it fits into a current category that was approved by BKD, we're just gonna shift it around. If it's something that doesn't fit into one of the current categories that were approved, we will reapply.
I'm good with that.
So like the tent will obviously be a
Yeah, that would be a
reapply.
different, that would be a
Different,
different.
right, sure.
Category, but the rest of it is like trying to figure out exactly, we thought we knew equipment that was involved with it, and then when we got into it, it took a little bit more.
Yeah, what do you need? And we need to know by tomorrow. So.
Well, I gave her the list.
No, I meant that's what the way it went was, what do
Yeah.
you need?
Yeah.
You would need it by tomorrow, so you made your best guesstimate.
Right.
So,
And just keep in mind this.
We gotta keep the course going.
No, we're cognizant of that. I mean,
Okay.
the only thing that I don't have a great handle on is the cleaning stuff, is,
And I think it gets
It's by the
signed
hour.
next week, like actual agreement,
yeah, I think we're probably at the end of that,
and we're.
which has been very helpful. But like I said, we can't have any, we're not gonna have any off-site civil jury trials, there's money there. And I was able to get the video equipment that I had budgeted $5,000 from. I got that from the state under a different CARES program. So that would leave resources available.
Can you just make sure that we have all the invoices?
Well, that's the other thing is, you know, I started this out with it, and then there was some confusion as to who was gonna do what, and so I'm trying to run them all down.
Okay.
And we're getting them from every direction, from Brian to
Well,
Melody.
you know, the people from SHI sent an email to everybody, and everybody's trying to get the answer back, and I have probably 75% of them. I mean, it got confused in the beginning, it hasn't got any better. So, we're working on that.
Okay.
I think I have the numbers, I don't know that I have the invoices. Because when they send something to you, it sends it, they refer to the PO number, but the PO may spawn 3 invoices.
Right.
Okay. So you guys are gonna get together and talk about options for outside.
Mm-hmm.
we'll look at it, see if we have any other ideas.
Okay.
So, could we do it, have them go the breezeway? I mean, and then one of the security comes and calls them by name, we gotta take them down and go through security, but I'm just trying to think of some place that's warm
Not big enough.
and you could mark, huh?
It's not big enough.
I
Okay.
was gonna say, you probably only get 6 or 7
I mean,
people.
you gotta remember, I put 15 people in my courtroom, and I have the
Yeah.
big courtroom.
I'm just trying to think of
But
things
it's, you know,
Actually,
that are heated.
Chris's idea of blocking off those parking spots, but you'd almost have to build it, you couldn't use a jam.
I think you could.
You can shoot them into.
We get some wind,
You can shoot them into the.
Yeah, you could drill them through the pavement.
You'd have to have a way to secure it because.
That's what I mean. Drill your
No, I
pins.
mean, so at night, they
Oh.
zip it up or able to secure it some way.
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah.
Just put 1 or 2 sides on there to.
I mean, it'll typically come with 4 sides, so it'll come with 4 sides, so
Blow
I
them
mean,
up at night.
I mean, you're gonna secure it somewhat. I mean, you're not gonna keep everybody out, nor do you want to, or they'll take a knife and cut it and, I mean, I just have to run them off in the morning.
Do you wanna do
Or
court
tell 'em to go to the
services
back.
as well while you're here? Then Donnell can
Get out of here, or we'll
take the
find a
spot
place
at
for you next
11.
door.
Well, I'll probably be back here at
Right.
11.
You can
Okay.
buy a
But-
tent
Whatever
for
you wanna
about
do.
Well, I
3 or
got
4
about
grand.
3 more minutes.
Or you could rent one.
Well,
Yeah.
why don't you just come back at 11, we'll bring Steve over. Because, yeah, if you got 3 minutes,
Yeah,
Okay.
it's gonna be more than 3 minutes.
would think so.
If you're late, John, get your money.
Huh? I already told
The
this.
other
Well, you know, the extra money that I had was CARES money, okay? Not just general government.
Wait a minute, who's got the extra money?
Thank you, everybody.
At least between the
You know, I'm
buildings,
not
it-
good looking,
at least
Scotty,
between
so
the
I did
buildings,
it.
it wouldn't
I
get
got-
as much.
No,
That's why we make him wear a
I
mask.
gotta
though.
ring the bell there
Page
at
33 is
Madison,
the clerk.
and it's cold.
Oh, yeah, that wind whips through there, but
It's,
between the buildings, it probably wouldn't whip through as bad.
yeah. I just go over and take John's parking space over there, cause he's down drinking coffee.
Right.
What do we probably got across there?
I'd say you got at least 30 feet wide,
I
and
think that is at least 30?
I think
I was
30.
guessing around 30, so if we get like a 30 by 30.
Parking lots typically, I mean, your cars, well, my truck's 24, I think, so they're angled a little bit, so you may have 30.
Yeah.
Oh, you could do a 30 by 50 or something.
morning.
Morning.
How are you guys?
No changes, right?
Yeah, a few. First time, I think. Kristen's trying to shut me down, I think. How mean is that?
Yeah.
Well, let me know when you're ready to go.
Yeah, we're ready.
33.
Oh, that's already on 33, it's okay.
Ready?
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess the first thing I wanted to ask was about the relay, the new paper folder stuffer we got. And I had $25.92 for annual maintenance in the budget, and you took it out. Reason, or?
I didn't know that I ever saw that they were okay with that. I saw emails asking, but I didn't see it, so I left it out to talk about.
Okay, so that's why, okay. So our new paper folder thing that me and Larry got, and we kind of talked to you all about it originally, that we would buy it if you all would pay the maintenance yearly.
Okay.
I get
What is
I
that?
get grant money, but I can't use it for that. So like last year, we had $3,000 left over in our state grant, and we used it for some of our postal canvas. And this year, we had $3,000 left over, and we kind of used it on our Atkins bill. I just paid like $3,000 of the Atkins bill, so maybe I can't guarantee that every year, because we don't know how much our grant money's gonna be.
So what is a paper folder? I mean,
So it's the big machine we bought, it was
Mhm.
like $25,000, and it
Right.
automatically folds and stuffs envelopes.
Okay. Just automates the process.
Automates it, yeah, and the whole county can use it. I haven't had any other offices use it. I think Larry's gonna use it the first of the year when he sends out his notices.
Okay.
But I don't even know if everybody in the county even knows we have it, but anybody can use it.
So it was $25.92 was the maintenance on it?
$25.92, yeah.
It's right up there. It was in equipment service contract. I just left it out to talk about.
Okay.
And then Kristen, if you can go to elections, I think you got the two figures backwards on the election dates, like August and April. Did you have the amounts reversed? Does it matter? Because I think the April would be cost more than the, no, I guess you don't, okay. I was thinking that was backwards. So the other one is office supplies. We kind of got cut back on that. It's been $3,000 since I've been here for 7 years. Now you want to go to $1,500, but we just paid our third quarter, and we are $300 over budget. And we haven't even paid our fourth quarter yet. Now, this was a big year. We had 6 elections. But I just don't think that $1,500 is enough for a whole year of office supplies. If you get a couple, we have 5 printers. If you do a couple printer cartridges and we do shredding, then we're already down to 1,000. So I just don't think it's enough.
I was just looking at 19. Steve, I was trying to compare non-big election year. You only spent 1,300
When, this year?
in 19. So in an off year, you spent 1,300. That's what I was looking at.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I don't know what we've done over the other years, but I do know that it's probably still going to be COVID next year, so I don't know what kind of supplies we're going to need. And if we do spend something, we can get it back. We could charge the municipalities.
So that should, if you're charging back to municipalities, it should be running through election expense,
Okay.
not through office supplies.
I don't know. I just don't feel like that's enough money. So it's whatever y'all decide, I guess.
So you're asking for 1,500 more, so back to the 3,000.
As far as I know, it's been 3,000 ever since I've been here, so it's never changed.
The budget's been 3. I don't know if that isn't spent, that's budget.
Right. I'm just not sure that that's enough next year with the COVID and everything that's still going on. I'm pretty sure that our printing and binding is okay because we had ordered envelopes for August and election this year, and we had to have all new envelopes. So we used all of our COVID money for that. So I'm pretty sure that's probably okay to be cut because I don't know that we're going to have any printing and binding next year.
Yeah, that one fluctuates to big election years.
Right, it will change back and forth, but I think, as far as I'm concerned, I think we have plenty of envelopes for next year that I don't think we're gonna have much printing and binding. But it's just, you know, things pop up, just like now, we run out of voter ID cards because it was such a huge election, so now we have to order $350 worth of voter ID cards all of a sudden, so. And then the other thing that I wanted to ask about was the newspaper. So far, the News and Tribune's kept giving us a discount. I don't know if they'll continue to do that, but if they don't, then I don't have enough to pay for the subscription. It's supposed to be $26 a month, which comes out to $312. Normally, we just call and they adjust it to the price it was previously. So if they keep doing that, I'm fine with that amount, but if they don't, we're not going to have enough money to get it.
It's been 227 and there's 250 in there.
I know, that's because they've been discounting it all this time. So I don't know if they do that for everybody.
Well, Jeff will take care of it.
Will you, Jeff? You want to pay the extra? So, I mean, all we do is call them and tell them and they lower it, but their normal subscription price is $26 a month, which is $312. So if they suddenly say, no, we're not going to discount it any longer, then we won't be able to get it, so.
We'll share ours with you.
Well, and we have to have it for the obituaries, so.
Yeah.
We'll have him drop it off at our office. When we're done with it, we'll bring it over. So that's the 3 things. What else did you take out? Equipment repairs, I don't know that we'll have any. We did have a computer go down that we had to replace, but we used COVID money for that. It was about $125, I think, so I don't know that we'll need equipment repairs.
That one I took out just because we haven't been using it. I figured if we did have a repair, we could come over and tell you.
Just get something out of it. And we did have to replace one of the iPads, but it was, I used grant money. So News and Tribune, office supplies, equipment repairs, the relay, and equipment service contract. I guess that's it. I don't have anything else. That was pretty simple, wasn't it? So, I guess that's all. You know, like we had $225 worth of shredding come out of our office supplies. Is that normal that it comes out of office supplies? They said Jennifer entered that. Is that where it always comes out of?
Yeah,
Oh, okay. I didn't know, but it's like, you know, if we shred next year and we have another $200 and a couple printer ribbons, well, then our office supplies has done nothing. So. Seems like it would just evaporate pretty quickly to me.
You guys got any questions for Steve?
No, sure don't.
What? Come on. You got a question?
Mhm.
Does your office get charged with the ground space across the street?
Yes.
Where does that show up?
It doesn't.
It comes out of Havoc.
They won't pay rent, so I have to take it out of my grant money. So we haven't got grant this year.
Did not have an expense, so it's money for elections. It carries forward. It comes out of there.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Yep.
Steve.
So did Matt leave?
We could do health insurance.
Yeah. Do that. Tried to do it yesterday, but
We getting stuff?
Kristen was mean. More coffee real quick.
We ever get a list from Teresa on the CARES request for this afternoon, or is she still
I haven't
working on
seen
that?
one. I don't know. I know she was working on it yesterday because she was trying to figure out to tell you too, like the unspent, the people that haven't signed a subrecipient agreement or whatever that could be reallocated.
Right.
But I haven't seen the list for today. Unless it came this morning.
I didn't see it. She usually sends it to us too.
Yeah, it looks better.
Are we doing health insurance or are we doing EMS?
Yes, have a reminder.
I'll be here tomorrow.
Oh, I didn't.
We can do either.
Saturday? Yes,
We
Saturday.
can do EMS if they're ready.
Okay. Well, I was gonna say, I have health insurance up, but whatever.
5
Rob's
minutes?
on his
Is
way
it gonna be
to-
5 minutes?
Yeah.
What do you want?
How long, health insurance shouldn't take that. Let's do health and get it out of the way. Yeah, you go talk to Joe. We'll come get you.
Page 48 in the book.
I didn't realize he was over there talking to Joe. so.
Basically, you guys know how this runs. We run the premiums through there, and then all the expenses come out of there. Once an employee hits 75,000, then it goes into the reinsurance.
We do have 50,000 for employee wellness programs, and we have, the reimbursement of personnel services is for, half of the salary of the health educator out of the health department. Obviously, this year we haven't spent a lot of that because our time has been allocated to COVID, but, it's in there so that next year, hopefully, if things slow down. Otherwise, it's pretty straightforward.
So, can you walk me through just a little bit here? I mean, obviously, we're paying the full portion for everybody that's an employee.
Right.
That takes it. that opts in, I mean, or doesn't opt out, right?
Right, so.
And now we're paying 50% of dependents, right?
Is it 50, yes?
Yeah, right now.
And so I was just trying to,
So, yes.
where's that number at? Or is there a number
So,
based on, or is it just kind of a guess?
That first revenue line, the 46005.
Right.
Is, you can see every payroll, we pay just like we would normally to another insurance company. So we pay to
Right.
our health insurance fund, so, that's that revenue coming in.
Right.
The
So
other,
that's coming out of basically,
each of the individual funds.
it'd be attached to each employee's
Right.
pay, basically, yeah,
Yes,
right,
right.
okay.
And then the medical services line is the reinsurance. So anybody that's hitting that
Okay.
75, if we get for that reimbursed, it's hitting that revenue line.
Right, okay,
And then otherwise you just have interest earned on the money in there.
right, and money that we've accumulated,
Right. So then the insurance line on the expense side, that 53241, is
Okay.
the bills that we pay.
okay,
So each insurance company or whoever, UMR is handling that as our third-party biller, they send us
right,
a list. Those are the insurance payments we're making, so to pay those bills.
And the fixed cost bills.
and the fixed cost is in there too.
Yes. And then the only other two expenses we have in there is employee wellness and then that reimbursement of personnel service.
So really, as I look at 19, and we're at 2,200,000, and then projected for 20 is 2.1, and even for 21 is only 2.3.
Where you at?
I'm just in the insurance appropriations on insurance, 19 activity.
Is 1.8.
I got two. I
Well,
got
your book's got a lag in it, so.
a
That's as of
lag.
the actual in there's as of the end of September. What's on the screen will be either as of today or the end of November.
So 2.2 wasn't 19 activity,
2.2 was 19 activity.
right?
But
Okay.
your 2020 activity was as of the end of
Oh,
September, whenever
okay.
in the book.
Okay, so how much? But I mean, you're only putting in there 2.3 for 21.
So some of,
Or are we? Am I off somewhere? Or?
no, so you have about a $70,000 audit adjustment for our insurance claims liability, so the things that are kind of hanging out there as of the end of the year, because we budget on a cash basis.
Right.
But it just depends. I mean, we're 1.8 at the moment, and we have, you know,
Some left to go.
some left to go.
I guess
Just a month and a half.
I guess the point I was trying to make is that at 19 we were in 2.2, and we've added dependents
Yes.
into this. And,
We're still-
and going forward, we're still only 2.3, so we really haven't added much cost to health insurance, but we've added right, I get it, I get it.
I got a bad back. Things could change.
I mean, I get it, but we've added
Jeff's been
we've added
riding
benefits to our
been on my
employees,
back
and it
too
really
much this year.
hasn't cost us very much.
And you need to be aware too, like that medical services, so that reimbursement amount coming in, we are not hitting that 75 in most cases until the end of the year.
Right.
So that reinsurance amount coming back doesn't hit until end of the year as well.
And anybody that, you know, the billing doesn't take place for 1 or 2 months later.
Right, so it's 15, it's a 12/15 or something, isn't it?
Yes.
So, I mean, so it's a 12-month period, but they have that extra 3 months to get those bills in for reimbursement.
So,
And that's where we go from cash to accrual.
Right.
So my projection back in October, when we were wrapping up the book, was that we were gonna be at 2.1 for the year. Whether my projections.
I mean,
good or
it's-
bad,
We are
but-
doing well.
The main thing is that we haven't had a huge increase and we've added a benefit.
Yes.
Correct.
Yeah, yeah.
And we
which is good.
sustained the
Oh, yeah.
premium
Which is-
cost. The cost has not changed.
Right.
I mean, it changed a couple of years ago, right? But before that, we kept it the same for quite
Right.
some time. Though the underwriters and things would have said we should have increased it, but we kept it the same based on our fund balance.
Right.
So, you know, there
Well,
could be
we've-
other benefits that you could add at some point.
So we've kept it the same.
Yes,
We've accumulated cash.
yes.
And, you know, obviously if we have a bad year, we can spend the cash to, but I mean,
It's been a good thing.
the big thing is that we stop the double-digit increases in our health insurance costs.
Yeah,
I mean, it was 10, 12% there for several years, and
So I think at some point, if we continue on the path we are, we're banking about $500,000 a year in that fund. We're either going to have to offer some additional benefit or cut back that payment amount at some point, just because it's growing so big. Unless we have a catastrophic year,
Well,
but at the
that's-
same point, we have that reinsurance to.
We do, but we just want to, you know, I think our reserve policy goal was to keep at least a year's worth of
Right.
over bills that we actually pay.
Yep.
So, you know, you can look at that. You can also look at increasing that 75 higher. It doesn't really save a whole lot of money.
Right.
We don't really, at this point, that the break even is not there. So I
Right.
keep it at 75. We, you know, yeah, you can look at other wellness programs. You can look at other things.
nurse practitioner.
yeah, yeah, I still like that idea,
I mean,
but
you
I would have to
I
check.
think right now it's not, but
Yeah.
There are stipulations on that kind of.
You
a
could
I hope-
reimburse personnel services.
Well, through a contract service, kind of like we're doing with the health department,
Mhm.
you know, that's doable. You know, there
Right.
is restrictions.
Right.
Right,
let's wait and see what happens in January and February with COVID. But that's like the one reporter yesterday said, are you going to worry about that? And I said, hey, I could step off the curb and get hit by a car. I said, you know, you can't worry ahead of time, so bless
Still
you.
goes to plan.
Yeah.
It was a good move, definitely a good,
yeah.
Okay,
Nothing else about it?
anything else? Matthew,
This is page 109.
yeah, my wife calls me Samuel, I know, you watch out.
Huh?
So I call him Matthew. I said,
No.
yeah,
My wife does that when I'm in trouble.
yeah.
I hear it frequently.
Are you Christopher?
Probably some other word.
I know when Linda goes
I hear those
When
too.
Linda goes
You get
Samuel,
those too.
I stand at attention and salute and say, what I do now.
I get both of those, so I understand. How do you guys see that?
Turn that light off.
Thank you.
Whenever you're ready, sir.
So all in all, I think it's actually a pretty good and fair budget. There's some areas of concern that I do have. The professional services, that one, I'm not sure what was actually removed from that line item. Those are generally contracts that we have that are ongoing. So if we could pull that up, Kristen, by chance.
Does that include the contract we just signed this morning?
No, that,
I am pretty sure that NAEMD dispatch QA audit is coming out of a different line, because I have not seen that bill, and I'm almost positive it's coming out of.
they haven't sent it because they screwed up, and so I negotiated that we got 8 months of service free. So that's why you haven't seen it.
Okay.
So they basically dropped the ball, and I told them that we weren't paying for services non-rendered, and so we will get a bill at the beginning of the year for our upcoming things. So
And the new agreement with the medical director was how much?
42. Hold on a second. It was 42. I can tell you in just a second. Sorry. Let's see. Where is
And
it?
Did we get a not to exceed into that contract?
Yes, sir. It was 42,240.
Okay.
And then the AP Triton consulting for DEMT is coming directly out of those DEMT expense lines.
Okay.
Same place that you.
Same
pay
place.
that
Okay.
fee.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Okay, well, then that one I'm good with, then that explains stuff, so.
So you guys wanna add, I'm assuming add back that dispatch QA audit? I had taken it out because I couldn't find it.
Yes.
Yeah.
and then I changed the medical director or the new contract.
Yep.
And the new one was 42, 240. Yeah, thank you, sir. So with fire station rent, I think that we're probably, with what's going on, we probably need to increase that. My recommendation would be is just increase it by 2/3, because the one out in the Region West area is not going to change, but the one south won't change, but we're absorbing a new one, and we're, instead of doing the 12 hours, we're doing or half of at County Park, we're assuming all of it. So I would say we probably need to go up to, say, 38 would be my guess on that.
Based on what we've spent, we probably put 8,000 in there like you have for Rosito and Region West.
Okay. And then we just
And
need
then you're adding one?
Osage Fire Protection District should be one that we add. Hopefully these don't have to stay the whole year, but
And is it 8 as well?
my guess would be is it'd be the same. It's going to be a utilities thing. And then equipment service contracts. So when you look through some of those, like the Stryker Lucas device, I don't know if you've added them all into one, but they're separated because they were purchased before I got here in separate lots. So I think that it's like the 6th one down or so.
So yes, I added it into one.
Did you? Okay. Okay. And then if you can scroll down, please. So I guess I don't see where. Oh,
The Digitech EHR suite.
Okay, that's what it is. Okay. So that's a pass-through that we get through fees from Digitech.
And I actually think that Sandy is not separating it and it's coming out of fees.
So we looked into that and it appeared that it was getting separated. We can double check. I'll make a note to double check that, but we did look at that.
Cough medicine.
Damn it, yeah, I know.
Because if I recall correctly, we paid all at once. It wasn't a ongoing fee. Like it wasn't a monthly fee. It was the one-time payment.
It used to be.
If you can go up to the
See, there's the ESOB. She's not separating.
She's not
so
separating.
she entered that whole 15 out of fees.
there. Okay.
So I did not. I left.
Okay. So just that's wherever you want it, I'm good with. So however you want to do
We
it.
wanted it in equipment service contract, but that's not what's happening, so we're adjusting to what's happening. If it's easier to pay it all as one lump sum
Okay.
out of there and not separate it out, then
Okay. Okay. However you'd like to do it. I mean, I can go back and talk to her and have her continue. Just whatever you'd like me to do. I'm good with that. As long as we have it accounted for this purpose somewhere, that's good. That's print is super small. So for medical supplies, so I don't think we need to change the amount, but I do think that we need to just at least have a conversation that medical supplies is drastically increasing and it's only getting more expensive. Our call volume is going up as well, so we're going to be using more. So this projection currently at the 220 was based on our previous call volume, not our increased call volume. We're obviously going to use more more supplies. So my recommendation would be is we leave it here, but know that we may have to come back and go into contingency for medical supplies. We'll do our very best to stay in here, within that. But I mean, PPE is coming out of that line item as well, and that's super expensive. On top of, just ordinary stuff has gone up anywhere between 20 to 35%. We've gotten notices from some of the individuals that we have, contracts for medical supplies with, that they're no longer honoring XYZ cost because they can no longer get it for the cost that they were providing it to us. So that's my only concern with it. I don't know if we need to change it, but I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't a surprise if we had to come back and say, hey, we've exceeded this because of what's going on. So it's up to you guys how you want to do it. I would recommend just coming back for contingency if we need to.
And again, there might be more federal money next year that can pay for.
Right. Is everybody good with that? Just kind of going with that way? So meetings, if we can go to that one. So I wasn't sure what you put as other on there.
I kind of was giving you $20,000 and you could decide how
Okay,
many
that's-
people each one or
okay.
which one you wanted to do.
Okay, I'm good with that. I just didn't know if there was something that I didn't know what other was, so.
No, I couldn't do everything, so I
Okay.
gave you $20,000 and decided you could decide which conferences.
I'm good
you
with that,
actually
so
went to.
I'm good with that. Training, if we could go to that one.
Again, same thing.
So-
Put it back to 30,000 and it was, you get to decide exactly what.
So on this one, I think that this is one that I would like to see if we could try to increase, just because that critical care training is very important to what we're doing. But there's other things that we do need to have. So like the EMS 1 Academy, that actually helps us reduce overtime costs because we assign training while they're on duty. Without that, we would then have to bring them in and pay them overtime to do that. So that's a cost that we think is important to remain. But again, that critical care class, we want to try to get as many of our medics through that process as possible. What it does do is any call that would normally be considered a critical care call, we are able to charge a much higher rate and get reimbursed by Medicare at a much higher rate for those calls. So what you would see is so the university is charging us about $795, I believe, for the course. That's normally $2,000. That's the agreement that I had worked with them. They were gracious to do it. And then it's about $200 in books. Now, one of the things we can do is we can just buy some books and then kind of have a library so when they go, so we don't have to keep, buying books if we don't need to. But that will ultimately pay for itself over time as we're running those critical care calls. So anybody that has more than 2 medications, running, that can then be upgraded into a critical care call. If they're on a vent, we can charge a critical care call. Right now, we only can charge at an ALS 2 rate. So there is a substantial difference in those reimbursement rates. But you can want the criteria in order to charge for what's called SCT. That's the critical care, it's specialty care transport. They have to have the training, they have to have the equipment, and they have to have the order or protocol. And so in order to do those 3 things, the element that we would be missing is training on some of that. So if I would like to see us be able to add that, some more back in to facilitate that training. The training expenses for like books and certifications, those are for us to provide ALS ACLS, so advanced cardiac life support, pre-hospital trauma life support, pediatric advanced life support, geriatric emergency stuff, all of those different courses. We don't pay for the course itself. We have to pay for the certification card. If we don't, then we would be violating their copyright law, because that says in the book that if you provide the course and don't pay for the card, they're not technically certified, and you then owe $8,000 for violating, a minimum of $8,000 for violating their copyright. So all of our employees have to have multiple certifications. So to me, that's a big one as well. And we use the hand-heavy pediatric system, so we have to have instructors to teach employees how to do it. That is an ongoing certification requirement that they have to have. So for us to send someone out to get that certification, it's $400 an employee to send them to the class, whereas if we just get a few instructors in-house and maintain that, we're not paying that cost. So that's a cost-saving move by having internal instructors. The PWW documentation course, that's for new employees. That's that CADS class, which is the Certified Ambulance Documentation Specialist. That has shown great return because our reimbursement rates have gone up once that class was implemented, because it showed them how to properly document a call, which leads to higher reimbursement. Once you take the class, you don't have to retake the class. This is just for new employees to take. So we tried to actually put in there that these were expenses that we really would like to continue to do, because they do have value and return on investment for most of them. The ambulance service manager course, that's a leadership course for like new battalion chiefs or someone like that. We'd like to be able to keep leadership training going. If not, that's something that you guys can obviously take out or not, put it back in. But that is something, I believe in training, and that's how we get better, and that's how we get better at what we do. And so we would like to see as much back into that budget item as we can, because that's important for us. Do you guys have any questions on that?
So are some of this new, because as of 9:30, we had just spent about like $16,000.
So a lot of it's because COVID shut most of the courses down,
Okay.
and so we didn't do a lot of it, and that's why. We
Okay.
had plans to send 2 people to the ASM class, but they shut theirs down because of COVID. The actual PWW class, we've been trying to do online. They've created an online version now, instead of having to send them somewhere to take that class. So that reflects that stuff.
So critical care would be a new piece, right?
Correct.
We only had 20,000 last year.
Correct. The critical care piece is the big change in that. And I talked to the university, so they have in the spring class, they have 6 to 7 openings. In the fall class, they have all of their openings, which is about 15. And if we had enough, what we could do is work with them to do more of a summer class, what was just our employees for all those remaining ones. Now, there's some criteria, right? We want them to be medics for 2 years. We want to make sure that our medical director says, yes, you're ready to proceed to the critical care certification for competency at their current level, and that he has confidence that they would be good providers at that next level. So what we're hoping to do is get as many people as possible. That line item may not be realized, meaning that he may come back and say, nope, we only want to send 12 of your guys right now. We need to get them, more up to speed. Or he may say, nope, all of your guys are good to go. But through his assessment, it just provides, and you have to take into account that there's always going to be turnover. One of the things that we would do with this is ask them that if we paid as a county to get them this critical care training, is that they would sign an agreement to remain a minimum of 1 year after their critical care training. And otherwise we wouldn't pay for it. So.
I was just looking at revenues, and obviously in 2018, our fees were 3.8 million. In 19, our fees were 4.2 million. And our 2020 activity is 3.425. I mean, do we think our fees will be up?
So they're usually about a quarter behind of what you'll see, and we had that large dip in the March, April, May timeframe when our call volume dropped 60%. And so they're just now, you're going to just now start seeing those increased calls come back. But we did take a large hit in the March, April, and May timeframe of about 60% call volume. It drastically dropped.
But your call volume's up currently, and so.
Correct.
I mean,
Yeah.
will we see that, I mean, money we receive next year, does that go in next year's budget, or, I'm just curious.
Yeah, so
So-
I mean,
it rolls over.
I think
You know,
it's,
You'll see 19's activity that again includes those adjustments for audit to go from cash to accrual.
mhm.
That's why that number, so really 19's number was 3.6 on a cash basis.
Okay.
Uh,
And so we had some changes in our billing companies and stuff too, then.
right.
Yep.
One of the things we do, we have over $1 million, well over $1 million in private pay that has not been collected from, so we have a collection agency, I guess. In August or September, they collected $700 roughly, and then the next month after we had a long conversation on the phone, they collected, I think it was $4,000. I'm of the opinion that we need to give notice, get rid of that company, and try to find someone that's actually going to do the work on behalf of the county. Because their comment was, well, we didn't know how serious you were for us to collect this stuff. I'm like, well, we sent it to a collection agency. We were serious that we need to realize those costs back. 92% of self-pay or remaining balance by the patient is not paid in this county. So that is a large amount that we're not getting back out of individuals that do owe money. It'd be great if the state had, like other states do, where you can go in and somebody has a tax return coming back that you can then, you know, if they owe money to the government, that you could get that, but Missouri doesn't have that currently, so.
Would we be able to set up like a payment schedule, or? is
So
that
we've tried
more-
that.
Okay.
We've
Yeah.
tried that, and they're just not doing it. So then after about 4 months, if they're not meeting their obligation of what they've agreed to set up payment-wise, after 4 months of not getting anything, then the billing company then takes that and moves it as bad debt from them over to the collection agency, and then they've just not done anything with it in all reality. I mean, I don't know if another one will be more successful, but I can say this one is not successful.
I'd
So-
replace it.
So we'll just, you know, if you guys agree with that part, we would then cancel that contract and put a new one out to bid. That was, that one was done before I was here, but I don't have any experience in collection agencies because we had debt set off before, so.
If we've got $1 million outstanding.
Oh, it's over a
We
million.
we need a better collection agency.
I agree, sir. So I think that's a lot of what we're seeing is, you know, what we're billing. So we have contractual write-offs that we have to do with Medicare and Medicaid. And then that remaining balance. So we do something that we don't send our bills in for January, for anything from January through February till the last week in February, because patient bills have a deductible, especially with like Medicare. They'll have a annual deductible. So we try to wait to hopefully have those deductibles met by hospitals or other healthcare providers to where they're the ones trying to recoup that money on their own. And so we'll submit our bills in late February in order to try to get payment directly from Medicare. It's a tactic that a lot of places will use to try to avoid trying to go after that money from the actual individual. So.
So back to your question, Chrissy, that B number probably could go up to like 3.6.
But so I was just looking at fees. I mean, obviously it's looked a little low, but then I was also looking at our cash forward was about 953, and we were spending that down basically, or contingencies only at 500.
That's what we did this
Right.
past year, so,
But if
we've
our-
been trying to get that back down.
Right.
You'll also see that I dropped the transfer in down. Most of that's due to the additional revenue in GEMT that's coming in. Trying to get that back down to, we were closer to $1 million at one point, and we slowly
That's-
increased that. We're trying to back that back off to leave more room in capital to do some of the bigger projects.
It's the transfer in from the capital fund.
Yep, so I was trying to back that down to 1.2.
Okay.
Due to that offset about 300,000 in GEMT fees. But this currently does not have the 10 additional paramedics in it.
Right.
So I don't know that that's going to be an option. It's probably gonna have to go back up.
The transfer in.
Yeah. Like I said, we could take fees up slightly. I think my projection was 3,648, so we could go up about 100,000 in fees if we had to.
Right.
And I think we'll have some of that, so this last month, we ran 1,100 calls. That's about 300 more than usual, so we should realize some of that. Now, one of the things that will impact us is because they're COVID related, we're not allowed to go after, we can't balance bill. So if Medicare says they're paying just a random number, $200, and normally we would have gotten $250 for it, we cannot go after that $50. That is an agreement through the CARES and HHS money as well. So just so there is some offset there. But our call volume has increased, and I expect it'll be increased at least through the first quarter. GMT is going to be a few months late. They have extended the deadline through the end of January, so I suspect that we would probably see that money about a month after we did last time. I think it was it March, April timeframe is when we got it. May, so we'll probably see that money in June then, would be my guess, when that GMT would come through. Now, again, we've had more calls, Medicaid calls, so we should be able to see that hopefully go up just a little bit more, but it won't be a huge jump in that number. And if you're not familiar, the GMT is basically a federal program to where we submit, where the feds will basically double what we get back, or double the reimbursement, and then the state takes 20% off, and so we end up with about a 30% increase of those fees that was sitting there, and we just hadn't done it before previously, and so that's something we started.
I don't have any other questions. That was just that transfer fund at the bottom. That's that admin fee, right? Yeah, 123,000.
As his fees go up, that.
Right,
will go up
it incrementally goes up.
Percentage of that revenue.
What is that? 2% or
3.
3?
Do you have other expenses
I
beyond
do.
screening?
So if you go to education,
Let's go back. Did you guys want to make changes to training at the moment? You want to leave that one alone and come back to it?
So I had questions on, when you had that up there a while ago,
I started changing it to put in what I could. It looks like that we go to like 39.9 without the manager course was what I was trying to get to.
so how many is that for the management course and then also the ambulance service manager course?
so
You got
This one's
14,000
two.
for the one and 12,000.
So
it's
it's
7,000 per person?
So that includes their hotels and fees and all of that. So the course itself is about $4,000, but you have to go twice. So it's a 2-week program. It's a week program, then you go back, you do your homework, all that kind of stuff, then you fly back about 3 months later, and then you finish up and do all your capstones and things like that. It's a program put on by Fitch and Associates that does that. So there's others out there that we can look at. The other one that's out there is in Vegas. I'm not a real big proponent of sending the staff to Vegas for weeks at a time. I don't know if that's a good
We have
learning
something
environment.
with this course that they have to give us a certain amount of time or something? I mean, that's a lot of.
We hadn't
dollar
before, but I
investment.
think we should.
Okay, I was
Yes.
saying that.
We hadn't, but I do think that that's a good idea, is to put, I think any of these big ticket training things that we should have a minimum time frame for them to work, so that they don't take that and leave. I mean, we have had that happen, where we've trained someone and then they've gone and gotten promoted at another agency, because that is a course that a lot of agencies look for, because it prepares you to properly manage a system. But I think that's a good idea, Kristen.
And how many is, that's 2 of them there for 14, but you said 4,000 each time, that comes up to 16,000.
So it's like 3,500 to 3,800 for the course, and then depending on how much the flights are and the hotel rates are, and you're sending them so it's twice. So we calculated it last time, and we were pretty close on it when we sent the last 2 to it.
Okay. EMS Management Course, how many is that?
So
That one's this year. That one's not in there for next year.
yeah, no,
That's one of them you're wanting in there, right?
No,
Or no?
no,
This
sir.
one is the manager course, this 14.8.
Okay.
So
You're
the
not- you
management
don't even
course
necessarily
was.
want that one in there.
So the management course is the AMS course. We were just more descriptive in it. We did 12 last year, but with, potential fees and increases and stuff like that, from what we've seen, it'd be about 14. And if we wanted to, we can send one. I'm okay with that. I'd like to get 2 in there, but if not, I can send 1.
You guys want to change it, or, I mean, obviously Kristen doesn't have the other employees in there.
And if
But-
he has other changes, do we want to talk about those before we come back here? I mean, the changes I've made so far are ones we've already signed contracts that we
Right.
have to do, so
Right.
we could talk about all of them and come back.
That's what I was saying, when we come back to actually go over the budget, would be when we say yes or no to
Okay.
the information finding.
Okay.
I don't know, my initial inclination is it's just a really steep price. I'm not saying yes or no today, obviously, but
So it was a good class. I took
I
ASM.
hope so.
It was a good class. I can tell you that for me, because I had my master's degree, it was a lot of repeat of what I had already learned. For individuals that don't have that 2 years of training in EMS specifically like that, it's probably more valuable than it was for me. So I think it's person dependent, based on their knowledge and education previously, as if this is a beneficial class to them or not. Like I said, it was a good class. It was more, for me, a great networking class, because now when I have a question, I know who I can call and get help from peers and things. Excuse me. So that was good for me on that piece of it. But from an educational side, they were going over things that I had gone more in depth in my master's class. So it's a cost risk thing. But the hand heavy training, that's pretty much.
How many did we do? We did 2 of those last year?
Not this year, the year previous. Or not this year currently, because of COVID shut everything down. So the year previous.
So are they still with us?
1 left for a deputy chief, 1 and 1 is still with us, sir.
And then, did we do any before that?
No, sir.
Okay, just think about it.
Yeah.
That's all the questions I got for it right now.
So education, this is just paramedic school reimbursement. So I'm working with LU to develop a program. They're kind of doing their police training, and we've been in conversations with them about having a, kind of like a public safety school of excellence or college of excellence, to where we would help with a paramedic program. They believe that there could be some federal grant money, some state grant money, a possibility of us being able to actually potentially, just, again, this is just in conversation with them, that, you know, there could be grant money for a station to get put there, so that might help offset that cost that we're looking to get a station built. So again, I'm in the middle of writing that proposal that they've asked me to write, kind of like the vision of what that would be. But I think it would be a great thing for the minority outreach, but it also would help start that funnel of paramedics locally for us. But that's something that I don't know cost, I don't know what that looks like yet. That's something that we would come to. I would hope it would at least be revenue neutral or cost neutral when we do it. I do know they already have a building, according to the chief over there, Chief Hill, that the school's already dedicated a building to his program, and that they showed extreme interest in having us in the same program or same building, doing that as a joint effort. So we're excited about that, but it's still in its infancy. So, but as far as paramedic school reimbursement, what we'd like to do is try to get some of our EMTs that are top performers into that paramedic program. If we pay for it through these funds, then we can say, hey, you know, we'd like you here 3 years if you want to use our funding. That helps stabilize that that revolving door. And so we had initially asked for 24,000 to do that. Right now, what our plan was is to do half reimbursement. If we want that, it's not as difficult for someone to leave if you're only giving them 3,500 to 4,000, but if you pay for their entire program, because it has to be prorated over whatever time frame you do, because you can't indenture, have indentured servants. So to get around that, you have to decrease that cost every month based on the totality of your agreement versus how much they still owe. So the more they owe, the less likely they are to leave during that time frame. But there's a cost to that aspect. So I'd like to at least get a little more in that if we can. If not, I understand, but I would like to try to do that. I think while we're trying to get this LU thing working, we still need to keep paramedics rolling in. So, as everyone says, there is no question there is a national shortage of paramedics. So.
Next.
Printing and binding. So we take our hand-heavy book out of this now. So hand-heavy, anytime there's a protocol change, we have to have new hand-heavy books. It's the book that gives us the proper dosing for pediatrics, things like that. That's not something we can print. That's something that they have to print. And if I recall correctly, it's right at about $2,000 whenever we have to have them printed. Generally, you print them once a year. I think we've gone about 18 months between our printings. But with the new medical director, I'm sure he'll have new protocols that he'll add in and medications. So that's something we probably do need to make sure we have available. It's a hand-heavy medication book is probably the better way to do that. So, and then the new protocols, you can take that one out. I mean, you can basically take that and shift that over to the, because we print our protocols now in-house. So I think if you just go to a totality of about 2.
So you want to take this one out?
Yeah, you can take that one and move it, like take that amount and move it down into the hand-heavy amount. And then if you just make that 2 there,
Total, or you want?
I would say 2, just in case we have to.
You guys good with that?
So it's an
Sorry,
increase.
I got distracted. Where are we at?
He took the 1250 out of his protocols and put 2,000 into hand-heavy medication book, so it went from 1,500 total to 2,250.
So $750 change.
I'm fine with that.
Tires is the next one. So so what happens is we can't plug tires. Once one of our tires gets a puncture, whatever happens, we can't plug them because they're no longer rated
If you're
for.
brand new, you can get a hole in it, you still gotta get a new one.
Right.
Run over a nail.
Exactly, because of a safety factor, right? Going 85 miles an hour with that big truck, heavy truck, you blow something out, it's a
So do
risk.
they give us something for those tires?
I don't believe so. I think we get them back, and I think we've tried to see if anybody else in the county can use them. And I don't think we've been successful of being able to find another department that would use them, but we can keep trying. I mean, I think we've got numerous tires in the back room, but I can double check.
We should
But-
probably see if Public Works couldn't use those and try to maybe either change wheel size and tire size so that it fits what the majority of, I mean, I know they have all different types of trucks out there, but
Sure. We can engage them and talk to
yeah,
them.
maybe if there was a way to, or anybody.
Okay. The other thing is as we're doing more calls and we're going
Or
further
selling.
distances,
I'd buy them.
What's that?
I said, if you got a brand new tire that's got a nail hole in it, I'd buy it for $50.
Well, yeah, I say we don't have to give it to Public Works. They're gonna save money on
Right.
the tire, so give a little revenue to you all and lower their expense on tires. So,
As long as the tires fit. I mean, everybody's got so many dang different sizes of
Yeah.
tires anymore.
What could Jessica put them on?
so our tires, as we go
Yeah, we
further
could sell 'em.
distances.
Yeah, that's what
Right, as we go further distances, as our call volume increases, we're obviously gonna put more miles on our trucks, which means more miles on our tires. So my concern is that if we're not at least have enough to replace at least one set of tires. So we're averaging between 35 and 38,000 miles per unit per year. And that's kind of right there in the middle. That was previous to this uptick. So that's generally what we get out of a tire is about 35,000 miles before they have to get replaced. So as we increase that, my concern is we may either have to come back and ask for more for tires because that's one of those essential things that the ambulance needs.
So we haven't been spending it at the moment, is kind of why that went off. Last year was 9, and I think that may have been included a set that was paid for in January. And then this year we're only at 76, projection to be 10. That's why I kept it at the 12.
And I'm okay with that as long as just kind of in a conversation that we may have to come back, that if we,
so at the
tires.
end of next year, when you come back for more money for tires, you can say, I told you so.
Yeah.
However you'd like to word that, sir.
Okay, duly noted.
We're up to 130 transfers this year. Wow.
Yeah, we'll keep that in mind, and it's not like we can say, no, we're not giving you any more tires.
Right. That's really all I had. Otherwise, I think it's a fair budget, so. I don't know, is capital discussed at this point too or not?
We'll get there in a minute.
Okay.
Let's take a look at, we had some discussions about possibly pulling dispatch out, so we've totaled that number for salaries separately on our spreadsheet, but we have not done anything in the system. So we talked about creating a separate department for dispatch, pulling those employees and any directly related costs. I don't want to nitpick building supplies or things like that, but if you can say that we pay for this piece of software directly for dispatch or something, we could pull that out into a separate department. Or if you have particular training for those employees that's different than others, that I could see pulling out.
Okay.
I have not had time to, because it's creating a separate department and all of the lines in it for the budget. Is that something you all want to do, that you want to see?
I'm fine with it, I know I haven't brought it up and I'd like to keep it separate and we'll be able to track that.
So that's one, and then 2 is trying to figure out, I mean, I don't know any way around it, but I think you're gonna have to budget those 10 paramedics for the entire year. I don't know that you can say I'm only gonna budget 6 months of 10 additional paramedics or whatever. So, and Matt, I guess I don't know for sure right now. I have them all in there as 24-hour paramedics. I don't know if that's the case or not the case.
So two of them would be 12 hours, and I think that's right, 2's 12, and then, no, 4 of them would be 12, and then 6 of them would be 24.
So that's gonna change the numbers slightly, not a lot, based on the scheduled overtime, but, total cost of those 10 with
I gotta agree
benefits,
with you on that. Do we have to budget for the whole thing?
$687,820.
Salary.
That's salary and benefits.
How much?
687.
Oh, okay, well, you said 3 something.
No.
We're already having some attrition. What you sent us this morning.
Yes. That's more related to other issues.
Yeah, I
but
know,
yes.
I know.
So that number's going to significantly change his budget numbers.
Mhm.
I will try to get that in there before we come back and talk again, so you guys can see the whole thing.
We're doing that in 2 weeks.
Not next week, the following week, Monday.
Start on
14th.
Monday.
14th.
So you think that'll affect the transfer?
Yes.
Does that take more out of the sales tax?
Do you do anything to the revenue line when you do that?
No, I will not. Like I said, we could increase its fees line by $150,000 possibly to offset some of it, but I would say we'll come out of that transfer. We're gonna have to
I look at my calendar and I'm on November.
Now I know what it sounds like when
Not
I do
gonna
that.
take on
I would,
additional.
especially
What?
because COVID's reducing what you can get back. I wouldn't go up any further just because there's an offset there, unfortunately.
So, I mean, I put it in there and hope for the best that maybe it's only the first quarter. And then hopefully we do recognize some increased revenues on it with the calls. And I know we're limited what we can charge them for, but we still should see some.
You'll see you'll see an increase. It's just the per call cost is not going to be what we're used to seeing because we're not going to be getting the difference on anybody with COVID or COVID related symptoms. We cannot budget bill. Which was great back when you were running like 5 or 6 a month, but now when you're doing that in 8 hours, that doesn't look quite as appealing anymore.
So if we are budgeting this strictly for the COVID thing, and then they do give us more CARES money, are we gonna be able to reimburse ourselves for that since we're budgeting it? Or are we shooting ourselves in the foot because we budgeted it?
So I think that's a risk. So if you take the current CARES money and put it in there for salaries of previous that we're allowed to do, then that would take care of that. Now, assuming they use the same the rule that emergency service personnel you can budget for it. So there's a chance, but they could change that rule. So if you don't want to get in the chance of that rule being changed and then kind of putting you in a box, I would take whatever that you plan to move from CARES and put it in that fund while you have that opportunity where you know what that rule is.
That's what I'm thinking.
So have we talked to BKD at all about double dipping? If you're charging a patient Medicare or Medicaid for a trip that includes some of your salary costs for that trip, it's included in that fee, and then you're taking CARES money for it as well.
So that's not, so we don't do itemized billing. So that's not part of that. So that would not be considered that is not a itemized billing that you did that went away in 2009. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9.
have any other questions on 660.
Okay, let's take a look at 650 then.
What page is that on?
It's 110, or 106, I'm sorry.
I need you to, like, see, this is the size font I need. I can read that. So, like, the bulletproof vest, that's just if we have, now this does not take into account the new employees, those 10 new employees, because when this was submitted, that wasn't a consideration at the time. But those were just for, hey, we got a vest that breaks or a vest that does, we don't have one that fits a specific sized individual. So that's what that was.
Wait, let's back up for just a second. So in talking about that, are there additional costs for these 10 people that are not in your budget right now that need to be added?
So-
Or uniforms or equipment? Or
So uniforms I can make work as it is, I think. I'll take and reduce one of our planned uniform that we were gonna do this coming year, and I'll shift that if I need to. So I don't think we need to change that. Where I think you may end up having is turnout gear. We've got some, but that's something we're gonna have to consider because I don't know what size these individuals are going to be. And your vest are going to be the two big things that we would have to take into consideration of potential. Now, again, because they're being hired specifically for this reason, I do think that that's something that would qualify for CARES in the future if there's additional CARES money that comes, because we're doing this because of, we're hiring them because of this reason. But I would say that those are potentials.
Can we get that prepared, what 10 new employees, what they're gonna cost for salaries, benefits, all that other stuff, and then some of this other stuff, maybe?
I don't have the other stuff.
Well, I get that,
So, yeah.
I can get that for you.
Yeah, I mean, what we might be talking about for turnout gear and.
So those were usually about
uniforms.
$1,700 is what we were getting for them before,
Yeah, I
so.
mean, if we could just kind of get a sheet or something with just a rough idea.
Yes, sir.
Anything else that you can think of that might be associated with that?
Now, one of the things that we were able to go back and look at is some of our EMTs are going to be graduating paramedic school here January, and then I believe 2 in February. So one of the ideas was we may be able to shift, instead of hiring 10 medics, we can hire 7 medics, right? Because they'll be shifting over. We can hire EMTs into those spots because those will be vacated EMT spots anyway. So there is a chance that we can reduce our cost as we start looking at what a pool of applicants we're getting, but also we've got people coming out of paramedic school and how we can shift that dynamic. So there is a way that we're looking at trying to reduce that from straight 10 paramedics. It's just a matter of making sure we don't get into a spot where we have an attrition issue later, that if we start winding that down, then now we have a position that a person that we don't have a spot to put into through attrition. And EMTs are a little bit harder with that. So, so we're looking at that cost saving measure to do that. In fact, we've been in contact with the employees asking their projected dates, when are their last clinicals, when do they sit for their written test, things like that. So we have a pretty good handle on where we think we'll be on that.
I don't have any questions on the sales tax either, really. It's pretty straightforward. Unless you got something, sir. You want to talk about?
Nope, I mean, this is what we requested, so I think that's where I'm at, so. Any questions for me on that, the capital side? We've tried to keep our capital much lower than previously, so we're at a spot where I think capital is in a good shape for need-wise. The radio, I will tell you, that thing is, I believe, over 30 years old. So that's just a waiting to fail type thing at this point. So.
What is that capital lease, 52805?
That is, that's the power load cots that we went over.
We paid them over 5 years.
Oh, okay.
Right.
It's the striker cots?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Anybody else have any questions on this?
So we just, we paid for it, or that's just a lease agreement with some striker or some
It was a
other company?
0% interest
Yeah.
over
Okay.
that
So
time
we're
frame.
paying it over 5 years instead of paying it in a lump sum.
Oh, with 0% interest.
I'm trying to find David's email that he sent me, but I saw we had 3 ambulances that are real close to the 250,000 mark, I think. I don't have my notes with me.
So we have 3 that are
You only have
approaching.
2 in here. I think we had 3 last year. I thought maybe 3 this year might be better, so it's something that we'll talk about next week more, but
So the idea normally is that you want when they hit the 250 mark, you start, between your 215 and your 250 mark, you see your cost increase start going up for maintenance purposes, and we can show that just with the things that have started to fail on those. Once you hit your 250 mark, that's pretty much the industry standard that unless you got a truck that's in really, really good shape, that it's pretty beat up at that point. And so that's generally when you want to move that one along, is that 250 mark. We try to put our trucks that are at 200,000 miles, we try to put them in a reserve status, so they're not a frontline unit. And we've been able to do that, but they are now approaching that 250 mark.
Where we're about a year and a half on the gasoline engines, or are they holding up?
They are. So far, they've been really well. Our
Okay.
maintenance cost has gone down on them. If you notice, this year's budget for maintenance costs themselves has dropped. So now they're newer trucks, so they're going to have
Yeah.
less problems. But our maintenance cost has gone down. In addition, because they are gas, the labor cost and parts cost are still going to be lower than a diesel would be anyway.
Yeah.
So one of the things that even this year we had to be removing DEF systems. And so that maintenance cost is still really kind of inflated per se because they were removing DEF system, because they were failing and basically shoving the DEF through the injectors or whatever it does that jacks them up. I'm not a mechanic, so all I know is it works, doesn't work, and these were bad. So, so we should see that cost continue to drop next year as well, is my hope.
we take 101 and 107 out of, that's one we just replaced.
Yes, sir, those were the ones. So the ones we just
Okay.
sold got the 17,000 and the 15,000 that we put on the buy bid. That's what those brought in, yeah, separately.
And 102, 108 are probably next in line, and 105 is not very far behind, or no, not 105. 103, I guess.
Yes, sir, there's 3 of them that are approaching the 250 mark.
Okay, I think that's something we need to consider, because those are, I don't know how they got so far behind, or how we have that many of them at the same time all coming due, because when we talked about this, we were going to be doing 2 at a time, but I'd like to get back to that cycle.
So one of the
it's something
things that we
consider.
did look at is because of the increases, been talking with some friends, and they had a really good idea that I think we might want to consider, for 2 reasons. What they do is they take a certain amount of money every year and they stick it aside for the purchase of an ambulance, even if they don't buy one. And then when it's time to buy, they basically buy their fleet all at once. And then the reason for that is they usually get a better deal when doing that, because you're going to get more money per se in a volume deal if you're buying, say, 7 or 8 at a time versus 2. So kind of doing that, instead of doing every 2 years, put just a ambulance replacement line item, and we put X amount in that line item every year, and when it's time to buy, we just buy all at once if possible. So they said it's worked out really well for them. That if not, I mean, basically it doesn't cost any difference. It's just the idea is to try to get them a bigger discount when you buy them all at
Has
once.
Miller County made their purchase yet, do you know?
I don't know,
'Cause
sir.
I think that's what they were doing.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
But it's big,
Yeah, I don't know if they
big
have that.
bucks.
So, but again, a lot of places apparently are starting to do that. Either way, we could put it on a replacement cycle. The replacement cycle for this one, just because of our increased call, obviously call volume and our mileage of taking people further away than normal, you're gonna see that accelerate. My guess is about 6 months to 8 months than what we planned. But hopefully we'll get back to where we were and we can maybe slow down a little bit. That would be good for everybody involved, so.
Your total fleet is how many ambulances at the moment?
14.
Since I wasn't in here, 2 ambulances that you're looking to get, is that right?
I'm sorry, I requested 2.
Anything else?
I don't think so. Probably forgetting something.
Okay.
Appreciate it, gentlemen.
Ralph was here, did he give me Well, wait,
Those are EMS.
do you guys want to take a 15-minute break?
I'll take a bathroom break.
Yeah.
Because he's at 10:30, so we're only really 15 minutes. early.
Let him come when.
Yep.
Hey, Matt.
Yes, sir.
Office 365, health department. Which one did they go under? I didn't realize.
I think I just had it in telemark. I don't think I created a line just for that. Scroll down.
I mean, I was trying to find an amount to compare that.
It should be.
There. So, did I miss it?
I just did telework. I didn't add a separate line for that one.
Okay. Thank you.
So there's a TIF that comes out of all those sales taxes that gets paid back to who?
The city takes care of them. There's 3 of them.
So it gets paid to the city,
Yes.
and that's, I guess that was passed and, so we basically, we don't take as much taxes to pay for development.
We charge them the same taxes. They have to put the paperwork into the city, and then they tell us how much we have to give them back. So they pay it, and then we reimburse them.
The entities.
Yes. The one, I can't remember them all.
Well, it's a Southside TIF, O'Donoghue's TIF, and a St. Mary's plan.
And then the mall.
Oh, the mall, is it not in this one, I guess?
Yeah, there's 4 of them.
Did you need any of that stuff that you printed out?
Some of it's on time sheet.
Green Bay yesterday, Chiefs today, huh?
Might as well. Well, if you noticed, I started with my mules on Monday.
Yeah.
And then I had Tigers on Tuesday. Hey, might as well.
That was kind of a weird deal. They had a game in the middle of the day here, what was it, Tuesday or
Yesterday.
Wednesday?
Yesterday.
Yeah.
Well, because of all the COVID crap.
Yeah,
So they won't have a game tonight.
we were having that conversation at work, and it was like, so you made the Broncos play without any quarterbacks.
Well, I've got 3 or 4 friends that are big Broncos fans, and they were furious.
You moved this game to midweek and midday, and yet you made the Broncos play with a quarterback that hadn't never even
And I don't
played in
blame
the
them.
NFL. Yeah, don't make a whole lot of sense, does it?
Nope.
Leaving, Jeff?
No one was gonna come back, because isn't Judge Beadham coming back?
Oh, yeah, I just Didn't know if you had other stuff to do.
Well, I do have other stuff to do.
All right.
Can you do a couple of minutes week?
Unless I get the code.
I'm gonna get it. I'll see you after Christmas.
Mm-hmm. My brother
Better
has
quit.
it.
Huh?
My brother has it.
Oh. Of course, is it bad?
It's not bad, but
Going around that?
they're all stuck at home.
It's
They're-
not a fun thing.
It's not, well, yeah, Abby just went back to school today.
Huh. It's not fun.
Guess how big their kids will get.
They're probably in high school for sure.
Yeah, Tyler's a senior.
Oh my goodness.
Lice was out all this week and maybe out next week too.
Well, I just telling her, my nephews are stuck at home because my brother has COVID.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, so they're stuck. It was good that they were home this week anyway.
Yeah, teenagers don't like being home.
Yeah.
That's not a good thing for them to be home either.
No, well, it's not a good thing for anybody.
It was, so Ellie keeps telling me that, oh, they got all kinds of cases and all kinds of people on quarantine over at LIS, and I'm like, I'm sure.
Yeah. We were doing it too, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, well, but general, you can.
Well,
there's
they
a lot of
sent home
schools.
Abby's thing for,
There's
they
a lot
must have
of
finally got the Chromebooks, they were waiting for Chromebooks for the 4th grade, so we got her thing home last night, so I wouldn't be surprised if we're headed home here shortly.
A lot more kids are, yeah, and Trinity's been pretty lucky.
Are they,
Yeah, they haven't had really any.
are they checking everybody in the morning and stuff?
We've done fairly good, but like I said, Abby was a close contact last week, so
Right.
she's been home for the 14 days, but,
Of course, you never know if, I mean, you could have it, not have a fever too, so.
yeah.
Yeah. See.
Hey, Chris.
Of course they
Hey, Chris. That funding stuff just came. She just sent all the stuff for
Oh, did it? Okay.
this afternoon.
Okay.
It's a pretty big list.
Are we gonna, think it's gonna take a while to get through that, or did you look at it?
I was gonna say, it's a fairly good sized list, so it may take a little bit.
I thought we were doing all that shit this morning, so.
I'd just leave it alone. It's pass.
Not nice, not nice.
Let me think about it.
Did you see that, all the stuff for this afternoon just came,
It's changed?
it just came.
Oh, it just came.
You still might be waiting for me to call him. Just don't call him.
Don't look.
What were you doing?
No, Matt was doing it. Almost looked.
I agree. Thank you. Bye.
There's Ralph, come on in, Ralph.
Come on in.
Sorry, I didn't know it was gonna
That's all right.
take so long, Logo.
Would you be offended if I pulled my mask down?
No.
I'll scoot over here.
Okay, perfectly up to you.
Okay, so when we do accrual leaves, it's gonna stop on this one.
Jack,
The first
how are
check
you?
in January, but it's
We got the
all
Sam and
this
Ralph
pay
here.
period.
You got what?
Morning, Ralph. Morning,
Yeah,
Sam.
but it's.
The last
Wile E.
it's the last
Coyote
pay
and the
period of
sheepdog.
December. Okay, thank you.
I've been called a lot worse.
I forget which one Ralph is. Is Ralph the coyote?
Sheepdog.
Sam the sheepdog, right?
Um,
I'm gonna have to look it up.
I don't remember. Kristen, are you feeling better?
I'm getting there slowly. I still get tired pretty easy, but it was only 3 weeks ago Tuesday.
Wow.
Hello, Ralph.
Hello
I got
there,
somebody when I
Mr.
did
Commissioner. How are you?
That was for,
Well, I ended up back there at a urinary tract infection. I thought they had like nicked my bladder at one point.
oh jeez.
Which could happen.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep, Ralph the wolf and Sam sheepdog. You kinda look like the sheepdog.
Well, I take that as a compliment. Chris, how are you?
Good, how are you, Ralph?
Good.
Sam looks like the sheepdog. You kinda look like the Wile E. Coyote. He's taller and skinnier. I'm gonna get that tattoo on my shoulder.
what?
You get you and Ralph tattooed on my shoulder. The sheepdog and the coyote. Remember that cartoon?
No, Wile E. Coyote. Wasn't he the one that was after the Roadrunner all the time?
Yeah, but he's also after the sheep.
I had
No.
transferred them all.
No, that's the boxes as well.
Hey, he's a good, Ralph's just a good Taos citizen.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's several sandings out there.
Buddy,
Oh.
Tony,
Sure, sure. He used to be the janitor.
the bus driver,
Yeah, absolutely.
that's my mom's brother.
I'll be darned. I didn't know that. I knew Tony well.
He was there for many, many years.
Yes. And he had a son, didn't he?
John,
Yeah, I never met him.
actually, he's my age.
Yeah, but he didn't
What were
live in
you?
town,
I don't
did
want to
he?
sign it.
He did for a while, he worked with Grandpa Brown for a while, he worked with my ex-wife.
Yeah, yeah, I never met him. I didn't know he had a son until he passed away, and somebody told me that.
It's gonna take some getting used to with Eric and Brian, because it's not Larry and Larry.
Okay, you guys ready for Ralph?
Mm-hmm.
Ralph, we're kind of, whatever you would like to do different from what the budget officer had suggested.
Okay. So you gentlemen, you got my budget narrative on Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
Did you get a chance to review it?
Yes.
Because
I did.
that's essentially what I wanted to share with you all. And the bottom line is, by the end of the year, I'm only going to have one holdover from the staff that I inherited. And there are several reasons for that: underperformance, absenteeism, things of that nature. The other thing I've discovered, there are several
essential tasks that were not being completed by my chief deputy through no fault of her own. It was tasks that came to my attention from people outside our office who said we were not in compliance with reporting procedures. Not a huge issue as long as I can come up with a plan that says we're going to get all of these major reporting mandated tasks in line and submitted on time. So that is the essential underlying supposition for my budget. Essentially, what I'm recommending is that we eliminate the administrative assistant full-time positions, of which there's 2. Upgrade them to deputy positions because there's much more work that I'm going to require them to do. And I'm talking about essential work. And so my plan is to take the 2 current administrative assistants I have and train them to be deputies. I've already started to do that. And if they don't work out, which I'm confident they will, but if they don't, then I'll have to go to the street to hire somebody. But the salaries that I assumed I would pay them is based on the salary structure that I've looked at currently in the county with other departments. So I don't think it's out of line. Bottom line is, the budget I inherited this year is going to come in, if I looked at the numbers, and Kristen, correct me if I'm wrong, about $176,000 for part-time and full-time. Ballpark.
Projections is 123 in full-time salaries and 35 in part-time.
Okay,
You're
but
probably gonna be a little over that because the part-time number is actually a little short. It's already at 40,
so the actual through November 30th was 161,041.
Yep.
So I was prorating for this month, so I came up to 176.
Yep, you're right.
Okay, so the budget I'm proposing for salaries, full-time and part-time, for 2021 is approximately 180,600. So that would be about 6,000 more. But again, I can make that up on the fees that I'm allowed to assess those clients who have money in the bank, because we're allowed to do that. A good example is this year, and I'm going by your projection, Kristen. I think we projected 14,000 and change for fees.
Yes.
Okay, so already, and this is not the end of the year, my office has assessed and collected over 21,000. So we've actually gone over what we said we could generate as far as revenue by $7,000. And that should take care.
Well, so Ralph, actually your budget for the year for fees was 35.
Right, but we're not gonna hit that. But next year is what, 78? And I'm confident we'll get close to that. So that was my point, is that the fees we can generate and collect for the county will make up for that $6,000 increase by upgrading from administrative assistants to deputies.
So Ralph, the starting salary that you want for the deputies is what? Is it the 30,000 or is it the 32?
There's 28 for one and 32 for the other, because 32 is what Patsy essentially, I think, was making or close to it.
Okay, so you have one that's at 26 and one that's at 28 at the moment.
Yeah, but those are administrative assistants.
Right, so you want one of those to go to 28?
28. She was the last one I hired. That would be Cindy.
And then the other that's at 28 right now, you want to go to?
32, and that would be Carrie. And then what do you show Erin? Is she at 40?
42, and then she would get the 2%
Yeah.
COLA.
You know, and I'm not proposing an increase for her, only whatever that 2% is. So if you add that together with mine, I may be off a little bit, it's 166, 597, 66, more or less.
169, 299, 61, because you gotta add in the 2%.
It's what?
169, 299,
Okay.
61
All
for
right.
full-time salaries.
And here's some of the duties that I'm adding to the deputies. Well, they're not deputies now, but administrative assistants, and I had that in my email. They are already being trained to close out estates. That's a very important function. That's something that the probate court watches. They will be processing settlements, which means if somebody has their rights restored, then we have to settle and work with them on that. Maintain status reports. I currently have about 207 individuals for whom I am legal guardian and or conservator. We have to fill out a status report annually that says what activity have I transpired with that particular individual. Send out rent checks, that's twice a month. Currently, the chief deputy is doing that. Conduct Medicaid eligibility reviews, and this is huge because the CPA probably would not want to hear this, but part of our task is to constantly monitor all of our clients to make sure their financial situation doesn't go over whatever the Medicaid resource threshold is. If they do, they lose that Medicaid. And if they're in a nursing home, their cost goes to private pay, which is astronomical. Joe never tracked that at all. I currently have several clients who I owe over $300,000 to nursing homes. And I don't know if they're gonna write this off, if they're gonna try to come after the county, I don't know what. So I wanna make sure that we're doing due diligence to track these folks to make sure they can stay on Medicaid. If they can't, and if they have money in the bank, that's not an issue. But as you probably know, most of my clients are paupers and they're destitute. And they don't have the money except for the ones who have trust accounts. And there's only a handful of those. Mail out monthly allowance checks. That goes out twice a month, and I'll give you an example. A client's Social Security virtually all goes to pay their room and board. But Social Security says we can write them an allowance check for $50 a month. The chief deputy is currently doing that. But again, I want to free her up to help make client visits, to appear in court when called upon, and things of that nature. And then finally, filing SSI resource reports, and that's what I was talking about on the Medicaid as well. There's a lot of due diligence, follow-up, and oversight that is currently not being done, which I'm currently training the deputies on. And once they start all doing that, that will free up the chief deputy to manage the client intake process, work with clients on rights restoration, help me prepare the court docket to appear in court if I can't be there. For example, next week, I gotta be in Callaway County for a court appearance for one of my clients. Well, Judge Joyce, if she still has it, also has a court docket scheduled, and I have to show up for that, so I would send my chief deputy. Something I've been doing that Joe never did, but it takes time, is client transfers. Sam, you and I talked about that. I've got some clients in Jackson County, in the Boot Heel, in Springfield, and St. Louis. 27 counties is where my clients are. I want to work with other public administrators to see if they can take these clients, and in return, if they have any in Cole County, I'll take them. But that takes time because you have to go to court, you have to file a petition, you got to get legal involved and all that. Process client income taxes. So Linda Armstrong was here but then she retired. I did not replace her. So I'm counting on the Chief Deputy Aaron to do all of the income taxes for over 200 people. I think she can do it using TurboTax. She's got 4 months to do it, so I don't know why she can't do it unless there's something I'm overlooking. The big thing to that is waiting for documentation to come back from other agencies. And with COVID, that's been really tough. Questions that I send out to Social Security about clients are sometimes now taking 2 months to get a response. Client care plan reviews. Every quarter we have 200 client care plan reviews. My goal is to try to do them in person, but with COVID that has not been possible. But with the chief deputy doing some of these, that gives me more bandwidth to get them done. And then finally, the chief deputy will be training the 2 new deputies, so she will have a lot on her plate. Now, the other thing I wanted to point out, and I still have a lot to learn about this job. I'm learning something every day, and I have nobody to train me. But I can tell you, after talking with other public administrators, the average caseload is 91 for a public administrator office in the state. I currently have 207. That's 2.3 times the national average. That's our state average. That's why I think having deputies will help me deal with this caseload. And I don't really want to add any more people than that. Number one, a practical reason, I don't have the space. And number two, the more people you have to manage, the more problematic and complex that becomes with absenteeism, vacation, all that good stuff. And so if I can load down my 2 existing administrative assistants as deputies with all this work and give them a little bit of an increase, hopefully they will continue to grasp this new challenge and stay on board. Because the other thing I'm concerned about next year is turnover. And I'm trying to mitigate that risk by making sure I'm paying what I consider to be a competitive salary, and I think I am. So that pretty much is the basis for my suggestions and my requests, and I'd be happy to answer any questions about the office. Sure.
Well, considering you're not even supposed to be here yet, you got thrown into.
Somebody asked me about that. I said, well, I retired from FedEx June 30th, and I came to work for the county July 1.
Yeah, so I mean, everything considered, and coming into a deficient department, you're doing good. You're doing a good job.
Well, you know, I asked Erin that because she's been here 4 years. She knows the clients pretty well. I said, Erin, do you think I'm really making a difference? I said, I'm working 6 days a week. But I said, I'm not on the other end. How do you think they're responding to me? She said, Ralph, they think you're a God hero. I said, what do you mean by that? And she said, Joe never called them back. You make one call to them, you spend 5 minutes with them, that makes their day. So I said, well, that's good to know, but I said, sometimes I never agree with what their request is. She said, they don't care, they just want to know they have a listening board. And so, well, that's where you're going to come in next year too. But my concern is there's stuff, I mean, I haven't made it around to 207 individuals yet.
You can't?
I don't have the bandwidth.
Well, you can't.
I need Erin to do that. But if one or both of us are out of the office, these reports still have to be processed, reviewed, and filed. And I don't want to get behind on those. I don't know if we're ever audited by the state. I know we're audited by Social Security, and I think there's an agency or two that can come in to audit. But I want to make sure we're prepared and that we're meeting the basic requirements of our reporting process.
Basically, you're going to eliminate your part-time money?
Correct. The two, and I think their titles are actually deputies. You know, they're making $20 an hour, but they work 30 hours a week. I'm eliminating them.
He will still have one part-time administrative assistant that he went, so the 14,000 that's still in there, I think is still.
Yeah,
Okay.
20 hours a week.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, those were just to help in the interim that
Right.
the judge always had.
So yes, the
Actually,
higher
ours.
dollar
Oh,
per
yeah,
hour
yeah,
people
yeah.
will
Yeah.
be eliminated.
Yeah.
But the administrative assistant part-time will be permanent part-time.
Right.
Because I think I said in my narrative, since the end of August, we've handled over 6,000 phone calls. That doesn't seem like a whole lot to me. That's about 50 or 60 a day. But understand, when we take a phone call from a client, we have to be at our computer looking up information and then typing in what we told them as a commitment. So a 5-minute phone call after you hang up may take another 10 minutes to input all of that information. And so a lot of people don't see that, but that's very time consuming. And I will tell you right now, even at $14 an hour for a part-time admin assistant, I'm having no luck. I've looked at 8 people, 7 of them turned it down. One who agreed called me back, said she found out she was pregnant, she can't take the job. So I'm still looking. So if you know of anybody, give me a call.
You guys have other questions for Rob?
So we're not adding anybody, we're changing
He wants
titles.
to, yeah, he wants to change his 2 administrative assistant full-time people to deputies.
So you have chief deputy and 2 deputies.
Yep.
That's correct, and
You
a
don't
part-time
have a chief
admin.
deputy right now, do you?
Yes,
I have
he
a
does.
chief
Yeah.
deputy.
Did you
Yeah.
do that, or was that?
No, I did that. You all
Okay.
approved that.
Right after he came in.
Okay, because I thought it was that budget last year when I was kind of arguing for Joe to get a
Right, you-
chief deputy. And
Yeah.
So I didn't remember. So that stays the same, you're just gonna change the others to deputies.
That's correct.
What are they now, admins?
Admin.
Yes.
Okay. So as far as the revenue side, I guess it just went way down when Marilyn left. She was
It
spending
did.
about 100,000.
Yes, so it trailed off when Joe was here, we never really got it to where it should be, but Ralph is,
Ralph's going the right way.
he's going the right direction if he can meet the mark in the budget next year.
Now, understand, some of these clients, for whatever reason, their financial situation has nosedived. And those people, it's hard to try to assess any fees on because you won't be able to get it. But I think I signed fee sheets in the last 2 weeks totaling about 10 grand. Plus, the other thing we're looking at too is what are ways in the office we can change how we do stuff to save money. A good case in point, all of the paper stock we use to print checks for clients, especially with that first stimulus that came from Congress. I did some checking into this. So the paper stock we get from Shreevers costs the county 6 times more than what my chief deputy can order from, I forget the name of the vendor, it's through Amazon online. I mean, we can probably save a couple thousand a year. And I talked to Melody about that, or emailed her, to make sure there's no, am I violating a company policy by going away from Shreevers?
No, I mean, it's cooperatively, we piggyback off of it to get that. I mean, you don't know what kind of paper you're gonna get. I mean, it might not be.
It's
it
the
doesn't-
same stock. We checked it out. Plus, we called Shreveport, they don't even keep ours in stock, and they know we order it
Oh,
regularly.
you're doing check paper.
Check paper.
Not copy paper.
Oh,
No.
okay.
And I cannot afford to run out of check paper for my clients.
So Ralph, Jessica sent that to me, and I'm gonna do some checking just to make sure that that's not a discard vendor in any way. as long as they check out, I think it's okay to order it off of there.
Yeah, let me forward my email that went to, what's her name, Jessica, the purchasing.
And I think she sent it to me last night, Ralph, I just haven't had time.
Yeah,
'cause
take a
I've been
look
in
at
here.
it, but there is a significant opportunity to save some money.
Okay.
Plus, if a second stimulus check is voted by Congress, we're gonna have to go through all this again. I mean, we probably print well over 10,000 checks a year. Close
It's
to
like,
it.
see if there's somebody local or in.
I mean, I would prefer
but
to do
that's-
local, but
Well, we've run into the same issue in the prosecutor's office with check stock, so,
Yeah,
it's just gone through the roof as far as what we're paying for
Yeah.
stock
Yeah.
itself.
and again, if I'm missing something, let me know.
Yeah, let me take a look at it and I'll get back with you.
Because Aaron was gonna order some today. We're close to being out.
Okay, I'm in here this morning, but I'll try to do it before we come
Right.
back at 2.
Okay.
So how about going about the transfers? How, I guess when they're assigned, maybe that person resides in Cole County and then they move or transfer somewhere.
Right.
And you never, the PA never gets transferred with them and you just have to follow them. But it would make sense for somebody that was in the same county at least to take care of.
Absolutely, and I'm getting smarter. That's why I'm attending these hearings. When somebody wants to give me a client who is already in Cole County that they have, I counter their request by saying, well, I've got somebody in your county, would you be willing to switch?
So they have to be willing to switch too though, right?
Otherwise,
And I think
I
that's where
have
the
to
problem-
approve it.
That's where the problem lies, because they don't like the other
We've got
administrator, and they like the one they've
Jasper.
been working with, so.
Pardon me?
you haven't, don't you have one in Jasper County and you got one down at Poplar Bluff?
Yes. 27 counties. Oh, and something else I was gonna mention to you, this is just kind of an educational point for Harry too. Maybe you already know this, but the trend that I'm seeing is that the state more and more is wanting to wash their hands of all of the individuals who have mental issues, and they want to give them back to a community-based entity, that being the county or the public administrator. Another thing that's happening is some of these nursing homes have some of their residents whose family members are their current guardians, but they're not responsible with paying their bills. So the nursing homes are taking it on themselves to petition the probate court to have me take over guardianship in lieu of the family members because of their irresponsibility. I've got 2 recent cases like that right now. So my question will be to the judge, when these types of situations come up, is have you thoroughly vetted with the family why they're not being cooperative with the nursing home? Or would it make more sense for my office to be only the conservator, in other words, paying their bills, but not being the guardian? And those nursing homes sometimes will tell you, well, the family members can't make good choices for their loved one. But my counterpoint to that is, depending on the family, because I know some of them, well, this person's in a nursing home, they're never coming out. They're kind of protected from their loved ones. So how am I going to improve the situation? Plus, as you know, I get calls 24/7, which is no big deal. But it's kind of funny, I guess, because of HIPAA. Somebody will call at 2 in the morning, a hospital, they'll say, so-and-so had a stroke, it's your client, we would like approval to treat. And I would say, well, what if I don't give that approval? Oh, we don't know. I said, of course you have approval, but you gotta tell me what the issue is. Sometimes they don't even know. So anyway, I digress.
Yeah. Well, first, I'd just like to say, well, thanks for coming on this past year, and thank you for everything that you've done on behalf of all the Cole County residents and all the people that weren't being serviced. Thank you a lot. Appreciate that. Anyway, it seems odd that you would have clients in 27 counties, and why public administrators in all these counties wouldn't want to just deal with people within their county. Can you shed some light on that, or?
I can only shed light on Cole County. So based on my experience and what I've looked at in the files, Joe would never show up at Judge Joyce's hearings. It would always be the lawyer and my chief deputy, and at the time she wasn't a chief deputy, but she had no responsibility to question why we had to take over this person or whatever. There was nobody to vet or ask the tough questions as to why should we be the guardian. The state says I am the last choice. If there's family members, I'm always going to ask, how come the family members can't do that? They're irresponsible. Well, why are they irresponsible? What can you all do to make them responsible? And like this one client, they owe over $300,000 to the nursing home because the family members weren't paying. Well, this client, they have no money. I can't pay off that $300,000. I can pay off every month from here on out, but I can't pay that off. So what have they gained by making me guardian? The nursing homes don't care. They think they can still get their money if they have a public guardian instead of a family member. And that's not true. And somebody needs to be in court to challenge that petition and to question it. And that's where I feel like I can make a difference to a certain extent.
So if there is a family and this individual has some savings, does that get transferred to you then? So the family no longer can control that?
Plus,
It probably doesn't happen very often, but.
I've got 2 new clients that I have a court order. I had to move them out of their house, okay? And I've got to sell their house. Whatever I get for their homes goes right back into their account, and then I got to figure out how am I going to pay their outstanding bills.
But I guess, they need somebody to fight for them, but I guess what I'm saying is that if they're placed in Callaway County or wherever they can be placed, why isn't that public administrator handling that account?
Absolutely, and that's what I'm going to be looking at in 2021.
Okay.
Like the public administrator in Callaway County is Karen, I forget her last name. I've got a couple of people up there. I'm going to approach her about taking them over.
I see. And so maybe you could take some of hers that she has in Cole County, and she could take some of yours that are in Callaway County.
That's right. By attrition, I hope to reduce my caseload.
So you get them basically because they have lived here at some point?
Yeah, they may not even be native Cole Countyans. I get some of them because they lived somewhere else. They moved to Cole County for a month, and then an emergency guardianship petition was filed with Judge Joyce for me to take over. It's like it's being shoved down your throat.
Appreciate you shedding some light. So,
Okay. Hypothetical question. 'Cause I know Joe was talking about he needed more space. If we start shifting offices around, do you have to be in the courthouse, or if we would put you, say on Adams, or if we would put you?
I was going to bring it up. Whatever you all decide to do to that building, I would like to put in a bid.
Well, this is just hypothetical, but I'm just
You
thinking.
didn't bring us any candy.
I'm just thinking if we're looking ahead to future shifting of offices. I know your office is really kind of strange
Yeah.
with the, so.
You don't have a lot of interaction with the courts?
Do I?
Yes.
I do, but I.
But you can walk a
I
half
can
a
do
block.
that from anywhere.
Yeah,
You'd have to stand out there in our tent city.
Yeah.
I gotta get in my 10,000 steps on my Fitbit.
Yeah. I'm just saying hypothetically.
Yeah,
Uh,
I would entertain whatever changes
Okay.
you all want to make.
Okay.
But I love working in the courthouse. I mean, my great uncle Dave Job used to be the sheriff over there back during World War II. So I have a history that goes back, and so I love working in the courthouse.
Good.
Okay.
Thank you, Ralph.
Sure.
Thanks, Ralph.
Yeah, and considering you're not even supposed to be here yet, thank you.
Okay. Have a good day.
Oh.
Circuit clerk and court services, I'm gonna let them choose which one goes first.
And we got locked last.
You guys are off, if you're ready. Whichever one you want.
Which one you wanna do first? Court services or circuit clerk?
We'll do court services real quickly.
Okay. So those are in the book together. One's on 65 and one's on 63.
Goodness.
Yeah.
The sun was out yesterday and the day before, I wasn't snowing.
Okay. Court services up on 3.
I assume that looks like the page from the book. Any chance we turn the light on?
Oh, John.
The older I get, I now found out that you can turn your flashlight and use your cell phone as a magnifier, which has proven useful back in the days when we used to go to restaurants. You know, it's pretty similar to what it was before. The only really, professional services is when we have to hire outside court reporters, things like that. Jury script, you guys know as well as we do. We really have no idea. I think the number reflects what we spent this year. Like, we haven't had a jury trial. We had 2 jury trials pretty much since the COVID started. I think I had 1 or 2 before then. The good news is, putting off an expense is, the case from Wayne County, the capital case that we have, we're not going to be able to try this year. And so that expense we will not incur, although I'm sure if the sheriff was here, he'd explain that he's incurring jail expense on this guy. But, and I explained to these people, I said, I mean, their concern is a masked jury and due process and all of that sort of stuff like that. And I just said, you got to understand is, I think 2022 is the first year it's going to look anything like it is normal. So, and we've already, we'd like to think we get more jury trials in. That big trial I don't think is going to happen. I'm still sitting on, I think, 6 murders. And we keep trying to get them. As you may be aware, we were unable to seat a jury earlier this year over the COVID. I think is part of it. I mean, about 3 or 4 different things happened that day. It was horrible weather, so nobody wanted to park down the hill and walk up. It's a murder case. It's a life without parole case, and a lot of jurors had an issue with that. We were at the end of a panel. So the rest of it is pretty much, there's an increase for the insurance reflecting the 5th judge.
You haven't seen that invoice, have you? It usually
It
gets
just-
paid
just-
this time of the year.
We've just got it.
Okay.
So we're trying to get that completed. I have the price. It's like $19.85 a judge.
Okay. And then I saw that we did see some revenue from jury script there. Is that what we could expect every year, or is that catching up previous years?
Is this where the reimbursement
Yes.
for juries?
Yes.
I wanted to ask Chris if you have any idea on that. I mean, first, if you're not having jury trials, there's not going to be a lot of it.
Right.
But you're not going to be spending it.
Right.
So I do not know. The last time I asked this question, they thought they were getting that caught up.
And it looks like maybe some of that's from 19, if I look at the
Oh,
description
John.
in there, so
Good.
just trying to,
And I'd like to have another 2.5 million out of the sheriff's fund.
Now you get
That's
it.
why I came
Now
up
you get it.
Granted, no.
You didn't get him to run, though.
We think we have a new court administrator whom we've hired effective December 15th. The principal function that we use that person for is jury management. And prior to that, it was not well done. I am more than aware, you know, we try to collect every dollar that we can. And that is an express priority we have for our new hire.
okay.
So, I mean,
I might just leave it without the
Right.
dollar amount in there for this year, and then hopefully going forward, we
Right.
can get back to some history and seeing where it's at.
but we just haven't had jury terms. You know, so, I mean, the number will be down anyway, but as far as that.
You guys have questions?
No.
Okay.
Good on that one.
Okay. Then I think Chris is going to address the clerk's office.
Yes.
You're here for Darnell. As I told everybody when we transmitted the budget information earlier, they had some specific, prior to COVID, they had some specific, wanted to request some extra assistance from the county for clerical help. And as I told in a transmittal letter, and I talked about it with Kristen, is, you know, that case is better made by them than us, because they understand what the particular needs of the office are, and I think Chris is going to address that. So, it's all yours.
Thank you. I wasn't for sure what was presented to you guys, but it looks like the only discrepancy in the numbers I got was our part-time assistants. We actually requested the 26,000.
So it was not included in what the
No.
judges submitted.
Okay.
And we specifically said that, you know, where we were recognizing what the expenditures were going forward, particularly with the new courtroom and everything else like that, which is far nicer than I would have imagined. And, but we specifically said that's a case for the clerk's office to make.
And attached to the actual budget form, there is an explanation for the request. Actually, about 6 explanations. So it's currently we have 1 to 2 part-time people scanning and verifying pending probate, civil, and criminal probation cases and documents. We need this part-time position going to keep just the daily activities going for the county records. We're also going to need part-time assistants to clean and sanitize the courtrooms, hallways, and offices. At this time, nobody has been cleaning the courthouse. We get a bathroom clean once in a while, but that seems to be about it. I'll talk to Debbie, and she stated about $13 an hour as a competitive wage for that type of position. Also, we have discovered over an additional 100 years of probate discovered up in the attic. We have dealt with this issue. We have had them microfilm and verified, and the record preservation account paid for the microfilm, but not the labor. We actually paid for the labor out of the record preservation fund, which is what we collect for each garnishment that's filed. We collect $10 for a garnishment request. And that money is to be used for the record preservation for the county, okay? Also, our original estimate when we requested part-time assistance from the county in 2013 was for 3 full-time employees at $11 an hour for 3 years.
Oh, I don't know that.
We were actually granted 1 part-time position for making $11 an hour, and it was calculated this would go on for 18 years. We are actually requesting an additional part-time person to prepare county records for microfilm, including verification, indexing, and purging records. The record preservation account will pay for the microfilming costs, and that's going to be an estimate of an additional $180,000. The court operating rule 8 only allows for the permanent record to be microfilmed. Also, we have moved our part-time state worker out to the off-site storage so that she will be able to be more productive in our request for county records and copies. We've got a system set up for her out there now. She's going to be scanning out the documents per our copy request, and then we're going to take care of that file as needed right at off-site storage, so we're not going to be moving files back and forth anymore. There's going to be, that's going to cut back on mileage expense, and it's going to make our copy request person more productive, and it will cut back on the cost. Any questions?
I don't think I have any questions, except for why the courthouse isn't being cleaned.
No, I,
Don't have anything.
I don't have anything. It looks like you have a capital improvement on here though that I don't think maybe I got before.
That wasn't in with the CARES request,
I don't think so.
that we just didn't have in there.
Yeah, I think there was, that hasn't been determined yet, what they're doing with the actual courthouse. I think Donna wanted to convert the marshal's office next door to her office, so we can combine staff that does like work, because of the new judge coming in, and we're gonna have to rethink our operation at the courthouse. So if we have family court personnel in those two offices, it's going to make us function more efficiently. And that was her intent. And then our other main office will have all criminal processing. So to accommodate the new associate judge and the associate judges, keep the workflow more consistent, and because of our staff turnover, it's gonna make training more feasible, and cross-training, which we desperately need. We have high turnover with our staff, and to have groups work together like this will be beneficial. Of course, right now we need the space due to the COVID because we can only have one person in the office, so.
So where would the two marshals that are currently in that office go? Is it
We're not, I don't know that we're in agreement with this proposal. I do
Okay.
know that we've spent some time working with Darnell. I mean, Darnell's got a concept that it's gonna require changing how stuff has been done for the last 100 years. And the court's taken that up. We've worked with the marshal's office. When everybody's back in the building, it makes more sense when there's 4 clerks in the building. So we're looking at that. The court is not in agreement with this particular part of the plan.
That's why it really
Which is why we didn't submit it, not submit it.
Okay.
When I was looking at it, it just looked like it had another countertop and a shield. Didn't seem like we were moving walls or offices or anything.
I don't think they are, but the purchase edition, like they want to take
2 more desks.
Yeah, where those two marshals sit, so we would have to relocate them to somewhere else.
Well, her idea was to move the marshals in with the 2 associate judges. and the clerks that sit in there will become our divisional head clerks. One will be the civil head clerk and one will be the criminal head clerk, and they will be moved into those offices. The criminal, which would be 208, and the civil down in room 200 and the adjoining office. And then all the judges' calls will be coming into those offices, and that will make our offices run more efficiently with the new associate judge coming in. So, and that's why, after we reviewed that, and they have the marshals, because they're really there to protect the judges. So for them, we don't have to have them answer the phone calls. They can still come directly to the clerk's offices. So that was our idea. So, okay.
You guys have any other questions?
Will the state send us some money for that?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, I was picking on the state for 2 days in a row now, so why not? Why slow down?
There you go.
All righty.
All right. Thank you, guys. Hey, did Chelsea get to talk to you about the maintenance on the courthouse and stuff, those numbers?
Time's lock coming down.
We got about 15 minutes.
I got you.
I think we've got them.
All.
Well, it's just for statistic, they're doing this.
See if they'll come down.
Chris, I think we've got those numbers, but it specifically
See,
excludes
I'm like you,
things that are not
Jeff.
line items to the courts.
Well, when I
pisses
talked to
me
the
off.
girl at Osage, she said, maintenance.
I'm not gonna
on
pay
courthouse,
a
any
part-time
capital
person,
improvements. It's
you know,
okay, Jeff,
and
we don't
then
have to include that.
to clean.
Never mind, thank you.
Because it, and then, Greg's got a new person he wants, and I'm like, he needs to be,
I'll get that
Shifting them around.
correction done, Judge, and
I
get that
said,
sent
Jordy's
to you.
gonna be out
Who
for
is it?
some months next year with
Sarah and
surgery.
lockpicking are coming
See
together.
what I gotta do, Seth. Let me run you down after lunch, okay, and we can look at that, so we're all kind of on the same page of where that number comes from.
Okay, well, yeah, I'm pretty sure I had something in the memory of my calculator when I'm pretty sure, because I keep getting interrupted, so, very good, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks,
Now about the
gentlemen.
jailman.
Get out.
Talk to Matt, see if they can get the economic development presentation next week. So he's
Yeah.
checking on Thursday.
Oh, on Thursday?
Yeah,
Okay.
don't we have something on Thursday yet too?
I think so.
I told him Tuesday or
There's something
Thursday.
on Tuesday. Is someone coming Tuesday already to?
Well,
We got the
I
eight, we've got the,
I put it on Tuesday, but
they have sent sales tax. Is that the
Melody
eighth?
put that EDO on Tuesday, but I hadn't checked to see if they could. I mean, I checked to see if they could make it, but they hadn't gotten back to me yet. But he was thinking Thursday might work better.
Will we have a CARES,
I don't see it on Tuesday.
will we have a CARES?
Yeah.
Yeah, on Thursday.
I don't see it on either day yet, so I'll text Matt and see what.
He was supposed to be checking.
11:30. They could be close, I mean.
Just wanted to let you guys know that we did get the renewal for the property liability insurance for all the county buildings, all the county properties, all the liability insurance. Not did go out and go to a few different markets. As you can imagine, we've had a loss ratio with travelers. Yep, last year of 110, this year of 86. So we are very much using travelers. what the proposal that they come up with, they're still recommending staying with travelers, but it is a 20% increase. And there is a change to some of our deductibles, which will definitely affect the budget. So I would want to know if you want Rick to come to talk to you guys about that, and it'd be the Monday after next. You guys want him to come and talk to you about that? Or if you want me to just explain it all in an email, or how you want, but they're recommending staying with travelers.
Good with their recommendation.
Good with their recommendation?
Mhm.
Okay, I'll send out an email and I'll put this on the agenda, but if you're not interested in Rick not coming, then I won't have him come. But he could come if you want him, if you want to talk to him.
And you got numbers?
I got numbers.
I'm surprised travelers
Okay,
would just
I got
cancel us
invited
with all,
between folks,
with all the claims.
We can work on that.
The big problem is the deductibles going up, and that is on vehicles. This year alone, we've had 47 different accidents, and
You need to get better drivers.
we need to not have hail, because
Oh, that's fair.
20 of them were hail.
And then
So-
deer, and then,
Yeah.
hmm.
So
That's how I
I'll
got
bring
the
that all
discount
in
on
an
my
email.
truck, so it's okay.
I'll let you have it.
Okay.
Well, so I'm waiting on Sarah to
Okay.
get down here.
You wanna do yours first?
We can kind of go through mine first. I am just getting back from my COVID quarantine, so I'm good now. I'm good now. But
14 days or 10 days?
I did 10. I actually did more like 12 days.
So you're isolated or quarantined?
Isolated.
Okay. So you had it then?
Yeah, I had it.
Ah.
I had it. And it was not fun. But Sarah should be on her way down right now.
I loved it. I never had so many naps in my life.
Yeah, I think.
I did. I sat down. I was tired all the time.
I think overall the only changes that Kirsten and I discussed was, and I don't know if this year it's going to be feasible or not, but cost of living increase, and I think that was what, Kristen, 2%?
I put 2%.
Across the board. And again, if we're not able to do that this year, I understand that, just based on everything that's happened with COVID. And then I think the only other thing I've asked for would be to add a legal secretary, and that is due to the fact that we do have that new attorney position as well, which I'm still attempting to fill at the moment. Hope to have that done either before the end of this year or early next spring. But those are the only changes that I'm requesting be made at this time. Or additions.
Did you include that?
So his administrative assistant is in there, and you will see the jump in there because we never really adjusted the budget this year for the attorney position that came with the VAWA grant.
Right.
So you're seeing a fairly large jump in his salary line because both of those positions are fully in there for next year.
Right. And as I'm sure you recall, we get the reimbursement from the VAWA grant currently for Miranda's salary since she does our domestic violence stuff. So, and that's all I've got right now. I'm going to try and get together for you all a little like annual report from the office so you can see, you know, how we're doing, the number of cases we're moving and handling, the types of cases we're handling, case breakdown that way. But again, just coming back from COVID, so I'll try to have that for you a little later. But
Do you guys have any other questions for him?
I don't think so. That's all I had.
all right, and then as far as what Sarah's got, I don't think we're making any real adjustments there either. Is that right?
The only adjustment that I had requested was under the office equipment and furniture. There hadn't been anything requested last year, and I had requested $5,500, which is based on a quote that I got that I actually think, I found out after I got the quote and submitted the budget is a little low, that it would be the one-time setup fee for Carpel.
Okay, yeah, and so you guys are aware, Carpel, what we would like to be able to do eventually, because right now, so my office is paperless. Prosecutor's office
went paperless about, 8 years ago, I believe.
2013.
Yeah, 7 years ago. The child support unit is not. And they are still lugging around giant containers of files and things like that. Part of that issue, I think, being in us going paperless for the child support unit is that it's a multi-county thing. So
For instance, today I'm carrying 70 files to Callaway County, and it's a lot of, it's not just the heaviness, it's the security too, because I have a lot of confidential information in the files, which isn't very today.
Right. And so what we were trying to do was to explore the possibility of using the Carpel system, which is the case management system that we use for the criminal side on the prosecutor's office, and getting the child support unit set up with that. There might be some issues with that just because we're talking about multiple jurisdictions. For example, having Callaway County cases in
So
our
would they
system.
pay for part of?
I'm sorry. And
No,
then
go ahead.
When I spoke to them, the issue with us is that they have Carpel, and it's just attached to Cole County, the Cole
Right.
County court system.
So we wouldn't be able to piggyback. Her entire caseload would not be able to be piggybacked on to our Cole County user account because it deals with different jurisdictions. And I know that there are other, I believe at least there, I think, does Camden County do it?
Camden County does it. I have been told that Boone County does it, but I haven't been able to talk to anybody there. And
So basically what we're trying to do is to work with some of these jurisdictions that are able to use Carpel for their child support units, and try and get, is Boone County its own standalone though?
It is, I've been told that Boone County does use Carpel, but I'm actually not thinking that that's probably accurate. For their child support, I'm not sure if they do or not.
I think they might. I think they do. But Boone County might not be the best one to go off of because they would be a standalone county and not, Sarah obviously works for the Cole County Prosecutor's Office. She's a Cole County Assistant Prosecutor, but she also handles Callaway, Marys, Gasconade, Osage counties, in addition to Cole County. So it may be something where we reach out to one of the other districts, I guess, or whatever they call them for you guys, where there is a multi-county jurisdiction for the local child support office that does use Carpel and see how they're able to implement it and then go from there.
And the way that Carpel works is, well, and I put under that, the $5,500 estimate is the one-time upfront fee for them to set it up, which is essentially for them to come in and take all of the information we have on our computers and move it over to there. And once it's set up, and like I said, I think that the $5,500 I'd asked for, I actually subsequently learned is a little low. It's probably more like $7,000 for the one-time fee. But then after that, it's it's $515 per year per user. So for 4 of us, it's $2,060 a year. Going forward, so once the one-time cost is gone, it's too terribly high each year, and it would obviously cut down a huge amount on the printing, the cost of the files,
Is that something you could ask for reimbursement for?
I believe so, and that is one of the things that we would be asking the state for. It has not been approved by the state to do it for next year, but not specifically, but what I'd be sending to them before I do anything on it would be that if I can reallocate the way that we're spending the money on the cost of the printing, on the other things that they are reimbursing, for it to cover that cost instead.
And Sarah did give me a copy of her state budget approval. It is actually more than what we have budgeted at the moment because they do have another assistant prosecutor position that's currently unfilled that they're gonna kind of hold on to for a moment, but not fill at the moment. So her state budget is larger than the budget we are approving at the moment. So I think as long as they're in approval, I think that cost could be covered by her state budget.
And just put it in the 168 instead of the capital.
Yeah. Yes. So that's why her capital is in her budget, unlike most of the other departments where I pull it out. I left hers in there so you could keep that with her reimbursement amount.
because she gets reimbursed for it. But that, I mean, so you're saying office equipment, furniture, but it's really a software.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yep. So, and if you could see the files that she's using for these things right now, it does get pretty ridiculous at a certain point, just the amount of physical paper that's going into these things. So if we are able to kind of get the logistics of it ironed out, I think it would be very beneficial going forward, and probably clear up a lot of space and get rid of some not needed file cabinets. So
roughly 7,000 one-time fee, and then you said 2,060 per user per year?
No.
550, sorry.
Yeah, 515
Oh,
per user per
2,060
year.
total.
So
Yeah.
for four of us, it would be the 2,060 per year.
It's in the equipment service contract line. That
Oh, it already
ongoing
is.
fee,
Yeah.
yes.
So again, I think really for us, it's just sort of figuring out the logistics of what other counties might put into it, that sort of thing. But obviously, it would have to be housed here.
And I think over
luck.
time, it really would.
Yeah,
Like
so.
trying to get someone
We
out
don't
of
have any
state.
money.
I do want to ask you something, though. We had sent you the indirect cost study, the RFP that we
Oh,
have
yes,
out.
and I was talking to the lady at the state about that, because they sent me something similar, but they had different, they required different information, so I'm sorry to come back to that, but.
Yeah, because we've got it out on the street now, so if we need to put an addendum on, we need to know.
Okay, I'll follow up with her to find out if she can get a response back to me. I'm sorry, I meant to do that, I apologize.
So I'm gonna update the office equipment furniture to be the $7,000 estimate. That also changes her reimbursement amount from the state, so her budget balance is on its own.
The 21st century, it's got to still do paper.
Well, we track some of these people if they're on probation, they get revoked, sometimes they get tracked for 10 years, and so we can literally, I mean, these files are sometimes ridiculously thick, and so just being able to not have that would be tremendously helpful.
Guys got any other questions? Okay.
No, thank you all.
Yes.
We try to be simple for you.
Thank you.
We're
See
pretty
y'all.
simple, so we,
Did your mom get her house sold? Locked? No?
Nah,
Is she trying very hard? Because right now, there's not much on the market.
not right now.
Okay. I was wondering if she even went through. I know she was talking about it, so.
Yeah, she
It's gonna be
talks about it every year, it seems like, so.
Get her trained.
I do want to go back to that insurance thing. Again, what Travelers is doing on automobiles, instead of $1,000 deductible, they're $2,500. Yes, so that's going to really affect different departments' budget. I mean, just alone on the 19 cars that we had, that would have been another almost $50,000.
Tell them to hit it harder so that you just total.
Believe me, we
That we
totaled
did
a lot
total.
in that hail.
we did.
But still, you still got the deductible, you gotta eat.
Yes, and they're talking about wind and hail going up 50,000 instead of 5,000. Rick is still working on that, trying to get a policy in between there. So if we could, in 127, somewhere, set aside a reserve for insurance deductibles. Or I'd hate to put it in each department's budget. It's where it belongs if we need to use it. I mean, especially in these other funds. If there are going, like I said, 47, and that was just this year. I mean, hopefully we won't have that many.
No,
That'd be wind and hail on buildings, we'd have $50,000 deductible.
And the one good thing is it's per event.
Per
So-
event.
So it's not per building, but it's still.
Oh, that's weird.
Most of the other carriers are per building.
Right.
But Rick, he's still working on that with Travelers. He's still trying to, he just emailed me last night, so he's still working on that.
Was our deductible prior to, because it was per building, so it was $5,000 per building?
Yes. And you know, we have 6 of them sitting right here that could be hit at one time. We have just been lucky here. Chelsea City coming. keep that in mind, we may want to set something up.
Yeah.
So you'll have more information when we back Monday the 14th?
Yeah.
And we'll try to adjust that out.
And really, if you want Rick here, no problem, I can have him here.
How much did the insurance go up?
20%. But we dropped off a lot of less expensive vehicles
Right.
and added very more expensive vehicles.
Right.
So the values have gone up. So to say it's 20%, you know, yes, dollar-wise what's going out, but we have definitely, you know, like we dropped off an ambulance that was 40, and we bought one that was 200,000.
We have Kristen, you should have an asset list that shows the value of all our stuff, right?
Yeah.
So can we have a list that we had, say, last year, you know, January 1 of this year, right now or something that would show the difference in the value?
I can do that, I usually do that for you. On the buildings we're not
Well,
changing.
buildings and equipment.
Equipment is the one, the vehicles is basically
Right.
the one that's changing. I can get that for you.
I think that's, until you look at the different values, you don't know what percent we actually went up.
I have a hard time running it as a point in time in the past. Like I can run you what it is now, but to run what it was last year at this time would be hard to do. Because mine is an ever changing, like it doesn't tell, I can't. Because I delete vehicles and add vehicles, so I have a hard time going back and saying what was it at this point in time.
You don't say one for 19.
I have one of total, but it would be hard to narrow it down to.
I know I've
And
signed a
this is-
shitload
this
of
is all
times, excuse my
categories.
language.
You know, like law enforcement
Forgot
liability,
we're still on.
that alone went up 15% from one year to the next.
I have signed a lot of
So it's
titles.
not just all property.
That's what I heard.
Right.
It's all different categories that have gone up.
But we also have how many buildings with brand new roofs too.
Yeah. This was an extraordinary year.
And they pay for most.
Every way, any way you look at it, it's
Law
been
enforcement doesn't
extraordinary.
have a new roof, but I mean, most of them are higher.
So, can we, since we have a little bit of time left, can we go back and talk about the clerk's 2 changes? I think everyone else's changes were salary changes, and we can attack all the salary stuff at the same time. I think he was the only one that had 2 changes to actual budget lines besides salaries. So if you can yes or no those, so I can get those plugged in, yes or no. Then next week, hopefully, we're only talking salaries other than EMS, and he's got a lot of salary changes.
You
that
talking
will-
about clerk or Ralph?
Ralph's for salary, I'm talking clerk. He had 2 lines that he wanted
Oh.
money added back into.
Oh, so you want us to kind of give you an answer
If you
now?
can kind of give me an answer on those, then next week, hopefully, all we're
Um,
talking about is salaries other
What
than
page is that
EMS.
again?
We can
Page
holler at you, Donnell.
33.
I don't know how long this will take.
What?
Okay.
Dawn, I'm sorry.
Page 33?
Yeah. So he wanted the $1,500 back in office supplies and then the maintenance on that folding machine were the 2 things I have written down.
Well, and then the News Tribune.
I am of the opinion that that one stays at $250. If his bill comes back, you know, and we have to transfer $50, we can do it, but
So,
It has
can we just
been
give
at
him our
that cost
newspaper?
for-
Do we need our newspaper?
Jill reads it every day.
I don't care, so you can go get it from Steve.
I'm saying for legal stuff.
and
Look, it's online.
I will tell
It's
you,
online.
You gotta
we
pay for that.
have multiple subscriptions to
Yeah,
the
we do.
newspaper, and we pay something different for everyone.
See, that's what we need to
Are you serious?
negotiate.
Yes.
We need to negotiate.
Some of them we pay the $312, some we pay $260, some we pay $228.7. Some, I think I even have one I paid $215.
So,
It just depends.
so can you put all those together and we need to talk to them? And
Somebody to scan it. and send it out.
negotiate a,
It's online, man.
a price. That's,
Can we get a multiple user online subscription or something? Do we have to
I'm
have
not
a
checked
paper?
into it, I don't get a subscription to the newspaper, so I don't.
I think it's,
Still get the paper, and once in a while I like to read it, but some mornings, just lay in bed and see what the world's like before I call out online.
so we need to look at that and just see how many subscriptions we're paying. And then we need to talk to them and just negotiate a multi-subscription rate.
It sounds like Sam's volunteering to do
Yeah, I was
that.
gonna say.
Well, you tell me how many we are, give me a list of who we're paying for and stuff. I know I let their driver in some mornings. He's here at 7:30. He's here about 25 after. He does, but I know he's taking them up. He's bringing them here. I don't know
Like
where.
7 of them in his hands, doesn't he?
Yeah,
I was
so.
gonna say, the prosecutor and child support get one upstairs, and
Yeah.
you and the clerk both get one here.
But I will talk to the newspaper and negotiate a, I don't have any problem.
Maybe.
I don't have any problem doing that, just I need to know
But
how
we
many.
even have other departments that get it, so I know
Well-
Road Bridge gets a copy, I think that EMS gets a copy.
Well, then let's negotiate all of those.
Okay, Sam, you're in charge.
Okay, you just get me the list.
We'll probably get one bill too.
Yeah, to me, it would make the most sense just to,
Pay one bill. versus
Yeah.
seven.
All right, so leave that one the same, we'll work on it.
yeah, you take care of parking, I'll take care of newspaper.
So it's 1,500 on office supplies, right?
Yep. And I purely looked back at 19 in an off year, and that's why I cut it back. I didn't go any further back than that.
How many elections did we have in 19, did you say? I didn't write that down.
I think there was only 2.
Yeah,
We'll have 2 next year for sure. We'll have 3.
April.
We'll have our tax, well, the city tax on there, so will there be, when's this, is that what
Those are
city
the 2
councils?
that are on there right now. We have April and August. One's us and one's the city.
When's the city council election?
No, theirs is August.
There's,
We're
no,
April. They're
city
August.
council's April, I think.
Oh.
Yeah,
Yeah,
city council,
a portion of the April
Yeah,
election will
is-
be city as well.
yeah, that's on April.
Because it's even like fire districts and things like that.
If there's a contested seat,
Yep.
they have a sort of a primary, potentially. If there's
Oh.
1 in 5 or something, I think.
So right now, the only 2 we know for sure is we have something on there in April, which is our sales tax, and the city has their sales tax in August.
And the school's not
Yeah.
gonna have anything. They
The
said they're
schools
not gonna.
Well, I was gonna say, it's on the April ballot, so a portion of the April will be paid for whoever else has stuff on the ballot.
Fire districts too.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just asking how many separate elections, though, 2.
Right
That
now,
would
2.
increase his cost.
Right now, 2.
That's all we got is 2, so
You
I
can
think
al-
it would be more comparable to 19.
You can always put more money in his
Yeah,
budget.
yeah, I'm not too
You can always
concerned.
transfer some money out of contingency into that, right?
About $1,500.
Okay. And then,
19 may not have had all this.
They had 2.
That's too far back.
they for sure had an April.
Yeah, I don't
I don't
remember.
think you have too many years where you don't have at least 2.
The city didn't do it for 5 years.
I mean, so then you're just really the maintenance contract.
April's
Do
the
they-
only council vote, though.
Do the courts have any use for that?
Because
or-
it's not
They
a
didn't have an
partisan
August.
thing, so it's
Yeah,
all on the
see,
same ballot,
when
right?
3 guys file for one position.
They didn't have an August.
So they get it down to 2. So if five sign up for Ward 4, then they get it down to 2.
Oh,
and then they add
The
another one.
assessor should
I
get
think it's
it.
February and
Okay.
He knows.
I was
So-
gonna say, they didn't have an August election in 2019. They only had an April.
Huh.
But a lot of that goes back and gets reimbursed, those elections.
Well, and I think just,
Except for
Chris made a
ours.
good point, we can always
Yeah.
add to it if it comes up short, if there's a third election or whatever, things are.
Keeps people from transferring them between funds and.
Okay, so the other one is the equipment service contract for the folding machine.
Let's see if LV will pay for that. He's using it, right?
Well, Steve
Am I
has
wrong?
an election services fund too.
Have them
They
split
both
it.
have their own funds.
Have them
besides-
split it.
Well, the assessor should be using it too, because he mails out.
Well,
You said it was
the big
available.
mailing for the collector does the assessment forms and they go out. through-
They do the assessment,
through
okay.
Brown.
Okay, so that,
Larry's doing delinquent bills through his office and
Right.
they'll go out later, so. So no on that one as well?
I mean, once you start paying for stuff, it's hard to go backwards.
let's see if Larry's listening, watching downstairs. See if he
he'll
comes
run up
running
here.
up. Hey,
Uh,
Larry.
I mean, it's up to you guys, but I mean, it's worth asking.
Yeah,
If
it's,
they got a fund that
Yeah.
they can pay for it out
Yeah.
of. I mean,
Yeah.
they bought the machine out of their fund and
They bought the machine out of CARES, half of CARES money. Is what they bought the machine out of.
what's Havoc Cares?
Help America Vote Act.
That was part of
They had a
partisan cares fund.
Yeah, they had CARES money that came directly to the election authorities.
So they didn't really buy it out of the collector's fund or the.
No,
so they're ahead of the game.
it
So,
came out of.
So it's making their work easier, so maybe they could decrease their salaries.
Steve ought to be over here pretty quick.
I'm good either way, you guys just tell me if you want it in there or not.
You can leave it in, but we can ask and take it out.
Where was that at? I didn't have that one written.
You hate to
down.
volunteer.
I know what you're talking about.
Like-
It's not in there.
It's not in there.
It's not in
No.
there right now,
It's not
so
in there.
he
Yeah.
had it in his request and I took it out, cause I wasn't sure if you guys wanted to pay it or not.
It's 2,000 or
25.90.
25.90. Is that gonna be every year then?
Yep.
Yep, yeah, oh, yeah,
Till it's dead?
yeah,
Or
Then
it
we
may
gotta
go
buy
up.
another one?
yeah.
And what does that contract include?
Just the maintenance on it.
We're in the wrong business.
It's kind of like a copy machine or any other machine. There's just a yearly maintenance contract on
Take your chances and not have it.
So the machine itself was 19,887.
I was kinda thinking that way too, is take our chances. I mean, the copying machines though, they come and clean stuff up and
I think the thing
Do
on
some
this is the
routine maintenance.
calibration of it, so like, it has to fold and hit the envelope right, so I think annually it has to be like calibrated to process through.
And that is actually, you can buy 3 copy machines for that. You know what I'm saying? That's an expensive piece of equipment.
Well, yeah, but it's kind of like the mail machine. I mean, to
Has
get
to be
it to
certain.
seal and all of that, it has to be calibrated so everything flows through the process.
And that may be
if
coming
it breaks
up.
down, we'll just have Sam doing it and just slap him back of the head once in a while if he's not getting it folded right.
And that machine may be coming up before long too.
Now,
it. It's got to increase their, I mean, were they hiring that out before or?
I don't think so. I think they're just trying to take the human part of it out with COVID, like they're not,
Right.
you know,
So it's
sitting
incre-
there touching and sealing and
Right.
all of that.
I think that's
Something
where I
that's
got
in-
my COVID from. I was opening up some mail that somebody licked the envelope.
So it's something that's
You were
increasing.
licking it to open it? What were you doing?
It was right before deer season. I was licking doorknobs, okay? It was no secret. I was trying to get my 2-week vacation.
Yeah, you did say that
It's
before.
increasing.
You did say that
efficiency.
before deer
I mean,
season.
Or taking some duties off of existing staff that really, I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know, whatever you guys want to do.
You? Yes or no?
I want to see the contract, see what it includes.
I'd say leave it on and we'll see if we
It's
can
not
get.
on.
Well, add it on and then we'll see if we can get,
You're gonna make
Get-
me
get-
go in the hole.
get
or-
LV to pay for it.
I got one, I don't think I got two. You wanna see the contract?
I'd like, yeah, for 2,500, otherwise I'm kinda along the
I
line
think
and
he
said,
sent it,
like Debbie
something to
said.
you
But
earlier.
We,
I don't,
we take our chances with
I
it.
don't remember seeing it.
I know there was an email that went to you all asking if you would pay it, and there was never a response that I
Excuse me?
called, yes or no. That's why I left it out.
Is that from Don or Steve?
I think it was from Steve. But it's been a while ago, because they purchased that piece of equipment back in July.
See, I'm old, I can't remember that far back.
So we'd have to go back to July. July.
And this is the only one I wanted them to tell me yes or no.
I don't think you got a yes yet.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Because right now, general is still balanced.
But we can
Because we
table
haven't
until
made
we
any
see the
changes.
contract. I don't know if that's gonna make that much difference.
So, that's the paper folder, the
Yep.
relay 5,000.
Yep,
So it would replace the one we actually had though.
I think it's way more advanced than what we had.
So,
I quit using the one we had.
oh, there it is, the service contract is
It will not stay on
25.92. No, I saw it up there yesterday. The MyDell stuff I did, yeah.
That's the third one that says that to me. Yep.
That was all the,
Yeah.
yeah.
I got it on my desk already.
Did you get all of it?
Well, I mean,
So, when we agreed
I
to
think I
buy
had about
it, I
6
mean, he
pages, I don't
basically
know.
asked the county to pay for yearly maintenance fees.
well, yeah, because there were the
Or the
ones that
remainder of
weren't,
the equipment,
that weren't,
right.
didn't have coal. Like, see that, I just kept the ones that had coal. No.
Not sure why.
I just,
I'm just a little leery of adding that ongoing cost,
What's that though?
the maintenance. But if the machine helps, then I guess.
I don't see the maintenance contract in here, I just see the price of it, I don't see what it does. So they gotta,
Why don't you email Steve back there and ask him for a copy of it?
That's your homework, Jeff.
I'm gonna do it right now.
You do it.
What?
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was going off on something totally different, so if you got
I am
budgets.
too.
Okay. So, have them boxes been mailed out yet?
no.
Can we hold that up? Can we stop it? Is it too late?
You already signed the PO.
I haven't mailed them.
Because you don't want to do it anymore?
Well, they changed all the guidelines. So some of the stuff that we're mailing out will be outdated.
I didn't know what all was in the box. I heard
That was the
you
main
saying
reason I
right.
wanted to do it, was to mail out information and educate people more, and I was worried about the mess, because they're gonna end up in the dump. But then they go and change stuff on me, and I'm like, crap, should've just done a mailer from the get-go. All
You
right.
kinda are. Expensive, an expensive mailer.
Damn.
They wanna do the boxes, we're gonna put the mailer with it. Boxes are what cost so much to mail.
That's a question beyond my capabilities, because I wasn't involved in that process.
That Christie needs,
Yeah, I just talked to Christie.
yeah.
So one other thing with CARES, the aperture car conversion for Judy is over the bid limit, not on a cooperative, by the time we would bid it, we would be past the end of the year. Do you want to do that as an emergency purchase?
We'd have to.
To get it out of here?
Yeah, we'd have to, yeah.
Would it be done before the end of the year?
It doesn't have to be done, but it has to be in the process, and it has to be, like, you've ordered it, you're doing
Right.
it, you're doing everything you can to get it done before then, but the delay may be on their end.
Well, if we've approved it, then we need to do an emergency purchase too.
Kind of a sole source type thing too, wouldn't it? Or,
It is not a sole source. We've been checking to try and find our sole source, and it's not. There are other vendors that do it.
Put it on the agenda for next week to ask you for an emergency purchase. That's what we want to do. So we'll have to think about that. I'll put it on there if that's okay with you, because we're having one way or another, you're gonna make it.
Yeah.
It's either emergency purchase or it's not gonna happen at this point. Anything else? Kristen, anything?
I don't got any.
So next Monday, we're going to ask you guys to basically finish up the budget. What, no, the week after.
Not
Week
next
after.
Monday.
The week after.
Yeah, 14th. So we're here all day.
So we do have quite a few salary things to get through, and that's really what we have left on the list. There were not a lot of changes requested through this part of the process, unless you guys want to go through and make any changes that weren't requested. So if you see something that you don't agree with, you need to bring that up.
When? At the last minute?
Monday, the 14th.
We can wait till then.
Well, yeah,
Or
thing
you
is, we're
can
qualified.
email us if you need any data to make the.
We just
I'm
received that.
just messing with you.
I know, I'm just
this
saying.
is
Trying to do it
the
the
stuff
last
she
minute.
just
I say
sent.
us, I
Okay,
mean
so yeah,
Kristen, because
yeah,
I won't be here.
Yeah, listen to her.
Okay, so Matt is still checking on what day next week. Put them on the agendas, so he'll let me know by this week, so we can add it. What'd you have in the budget for that, Kristen?
For what?
For economic development? 125?
Yes. I have what we were paying right now. I did not change it.
So I'm pretty sure they're gonna be asking
It's
for.
120. It was 60 and 6, wasn't it? And then there's 5,000 for,
Yeah, there's 125 in there, I think is what.
for Salute to America was the 5.
Okay.
So it's
So
120.
120 is the
Yep.
5,000 per month each. So I know they're gonna be asking for the 150 to match, I guess, what the city's doing 150 plus they had 30 for whatever they had.
So is this the new economic development?
The regional economic development thing.
Okay.
Yeah, they're trying to get some letters of intent from other businesses and stuff that are gonna be putting
So
money
that's
into it.
one change, the insurance is one change, and then I'm updating the salary things we talked about yesterday. Like I have to put $20 per person due to the insurance
No,
change.
there's, it's me, and I didn't fill out
So I will try to have that updated by that Monday.
the, it'd been closed the whole year.
Still trying to figure out what we can do with the salary stuff because it is, we did the pay chart to try to get everybody
Can't
back to
fill
where,
it.
somewhere close to where it's supposed to be and there's nobody following it anymore.
Should have
So-
done it before I worked. Yeah. Curiosity.
I was thinking
There's
instead
not a
of
whole lot there, but.
we could do a cost of living,
This too.
1%, and we take the other percent, and we're gonna make it a merit, and if somebody started somebody above where it's supposed to be on a step pay chart, we reduce that from the merit pool that they
I
would
do
have
want
gotten.
to do some of our.
Merit's hard, so,
Oh, I know it'd be a pain in the butt,
Yeah, it really
but
did.
well,
you got a lot of
So,
disgruntled people because people are doing different things in different offices and
well, I
just.
get it, but there's people like me that a merit of 1%, so you get a pool of 1% for a department of 5 compared to my 1. The most my person
I
can
know.
get is 1%.
I know.
I don't
No.
have anybody to steal from.
We can still give you the 1% that we call the merit, and that's just gonna be the limit of what he or she's gonna get. We got the same problem over here, and then you got problems with the other offices that have 4 or 5 people or 8 people.
Right,
And then
80 people.
that they have somebody that they
Right.
either let go or they leave and they can still bring them in because that money's in their budget at the higher salary. So what I'm saying is that's how we can do that is when it comes to the salary adjustments, they don't get any more money for that person that came in over and above what we set.
Well, and I almost think that if you're gonna do it that way, you need to do a flat dollar merit, not a percent merit.
That's not a problem either. I'm just throwing some ideas out there because this is still a sore
But
subject for a lot of people.
We even talked about.
I don't have any answer.
It's a flat dollar amount per department. So, you know.
Based on number of people, or what are you basing it on?
Well, so that's where you get into issues. It's like, okay, most of the departments that asked for merit was around $5,000 between one or two people in their department. So if you did a $5,000 per department, but then you get to the big departments where it's like, that doesn't work either. So
Where do you want to go though? Do you want to be fair or do you want to be equal? And Debbie and I talked about this yesterday, and she probably slapped me for saying it again and again and again, but we can be equal, but then you have people that may work circles around somebody else getting paid the same. Or we be fair and we've got pay all around the place. And you got people over here going, I'm a deputy too, and this deputy two over here is getting paid a lot more than me. And
but I'm still back to, it's not fair or equal if you say the most my person can get is either a flat dollar of $500 or a 1%, when I have other departments that can steal 2 or 3% from someone else and give them 5%.
That's equal.
Yeah, I'm saying that's.
It's equal.
Really?
It's not.
No, it's not.
When you look at these
You're
other
getting that
departments.
My person's a rock star and the most they can get is 1%, whereas a rock star somewhere else can get 6 or 7.
But it's still equal. Didn't say it was fair.
No.
It's not.
It's never been fair, and it's never been equal. It's, and it never will be.
Equal is equal. If you have 3% there for merit, then that's all they're gonna get. That's all they get.
Well, and I think
And I know you say they could get 6%, that's not necessarily fair.
But I'm saying merit screws up the process even more. So I'm gonna give all my money to this person leaves, I now have all of my merit money to divide between the other people when they leave, and it gives me more money to play with.
But at the end of the year, when it comes to budget, is the only time we have control over that, because I can say, just like this one here, well, where's it at? They want to start it out at 2,000 over what the starting grid is.
So
we can say, well, you already gave them 2,000 more when they were starting, so we're deducting that from your merit pool.
I think the last time we did merit was when Ellinger was here. And
No, we
tracked
did it.
Did we?
We did it.
Did we do some
That
merit?
may the first year.
Were you here?
So it's Sam's fault.
We did one year because we did like 2% and 2%.
Yeah.
But it just.
I like the flat,
But some departments gave it equal across, I mean, it wasn't a true merit, and they didn't even do the evaluations,
Well,
and so.
that's a problem. If we don't have a system, which we don't have a system,
Right.
a grid, how we divvy that grid, or how people move from one place to another. We don't
That's the
have
way
a
you
system.
teach something.
Merit doesn't work. And it doesn't. It's not.
We're still on, but
There's
it's.
no system to use that towards. If we had steps or something, you know, that, until we get a system, I don't think you should do merit.
There won't be a system that anybody's gonna follow. It'll continue to do the same thing. They did it when we had the Archer study. As soon as, and that was 2 years before I got here, I think. It was jacked up when I got here.
If you get 90% of the people using it,
No, that one, you get 1% that doesn't use it, everybody else is gonna follow and say, hey, so-and-so did it, I'm gonna do it.
guys, more than 90% of the people here are under your control.
Well, those are the areas we don't have problems with.
Not 90%. Not 90% of the people are under your control, but a big majority of them are under your control.
I mean, so like Public Works had a bunch of salary savings, and they didn't spend all their salary line,
Well, that's a problem too.
Debbie's already
there's admin assistants
smacking me.
No, we're done.
But we're still on.
Yeah.
We have this conversation sooner or later.
It's about budget.
I'm just throwing some ideas out there, because if somebody has got
2
the
o'clock.
perfect fit for it.
So, that's what we have to discuss yet, is salaries. You guys think about it, mill it over.
Okay.
No decisions are made today.
I move we recess until 2
And you better come in
p.m.
and go to on the
Second. All in favor? Aye. Okay.
We let
Good
Dawn
mood
know.
all week.
You have been, and
I
then
still
you
get
wait
to
till
argue.
the salary day and you come in a bad mood and it all goes downhill.
We got to do
can't
salaries
help
in the
it.
afternoon after we've been here a long day.
Yeah, I should have brought that up right now.
No.
But we gotta talk about it.
That's the thing is when we were talking about it yesterday too, is it doesn't infuriate me
on,
really
by
as
the way.
much as
Yes, we are.
it frustrates me. Because I don't have the answer for it. In real life, I can tell whoever, hey, you know what? Debbie's a rock star. She's working circles around you. That's why I give her more money.
Who did what?
I move
So-
that we recess until 2 PM. Chris second.
Sam's always about
Jeff is still
recess.
talking.
What did we do? I'm gonna go there.
Stop recording and stop streaming, did you do both of those?
So, this is the same as all the other ones. I don't think we can do anything.
On
I'm gonna
this
sign
one,
it.
the OBS one, you just do the stop.
Right on the money.
I didn't stand up like I usually do out of habit.
No, we're not gonna, we will call the meeting back into order. It is, what is today? It is Thursday, December 3rd, 2020. And we are doing CARES. You guys got me cussing a lot and I don't ever cuss.
Whoa, don't blame that shit on me.
Like it's us. It's just a virus.
Yeah. It's a sitting. I'm not made for sitting.
I think I have Julie and Teresa on the phone or on the Zoom.
Hi, everybody.
There they are.
About said good morning.
We've been in budget meetings all morning, so we're raring to go.
We're slap happy.
We'll try to make this as painless as possible. How about that?
So
Okay.
you're the only one on the agenda at the moment, so we're going straight to you.
All right, well, let's get started. So, just to touch on the agenda, we do have a few things we want to walk through with you from actual to budget, just to give you a sense of where we are. So, as you know, that the budget that was approved was $285,000. Through November, that number is $260,000. So we have about $25,000 left. And just to kind of put that in perspective, so in the month of November, we spent about $30,000. So, we'll try to wrap things up here in December and then finish out the reporting and the subrecipient monitoring in January. So kind of in order to be sure we stay within that, you'll see our hours probably drop off if something changes and we need to adjust, obviously we can do that. Does anybody have any questions on that?
Nope.
So, go ahead. Okay. So then the next thing that we want to do is talk through, as we looked at the allocation, if you look at the allocation document, which is something that we've been looking at each week, you'll see on page 2 at the bottom, the remaining allocation, this is before any approvals today. There's $3,021,000 left in the pool of funds from CARES Act. And that includes the $36,819 that you see at the bottom that was, either withdrawn or not funded. So kind of just keep that $3 million in the back of your mind as we talk through the various recommendations for funding in terms of, what is eligible. So, when we started the process for November through November 30th, we had talked about $300,000 being allocated to the schools, $300,000 to cities, roughly $100,000 with nonprofits and small business, and then there's also a couple at the fire district, I believe, and a couple of other kind of miscellaneous items. So that gets us to $1 million, which leaves that $2 million available for the county for whatever internal needs
they have. So at this point, as we go through, we would recommend, that we go ahead and close the application process. We'll talk through all the different requests that we've gotten, which is well in excess of, the totals that we've talked about, so that you can definitely spend that money. But we just kind of wanted to give you a little bit of perspective on where we're going to start from. So before I go any further, does anybody have any questions on that?
Nope.
Nope.
Okay. So then what I'm going to do is turn it over to Teresa. And what we've done is, and I'm just talking kind of big picture, is for the three, let's just say, for example, let's talk about the cities. We only had 3 cities submit additional requests. And so we've done a stair-step recommendation, suggestion, options, whatever you want to call it, where our first step was to go ahead, as part of that funding methodology, continue with the same methodology we've had since the beginning, which means it would be based on population. So if there's a city that's not received their original allocation, that would be the kind of the first thing to fund. And then any other amounts left over would get reallocated, still based on population, but just be reallocated within those requests. So it's kind of a stair step. So think about, first thing we want to do is make sure somebody's not received their allocation and they were eligible for it, that would be the first step. And then the second step is then to reallocate that money using that same methodology that we've used in the past, so that really kind of protects the county from changing the method, or people saying, well, no, I thought it was going to be this way. It's very consistent with what you've done in the past. And so that's kind of big picture what we're going to do, and then Teresa's going to walk through specifically what that looks like. And then the last thing we'll talk about is the specific requests, so then you can decide, what you want to fund from there. Make sense?
Yep.
Somewhat.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Teresa, go for it.
Here's mine. So yeah, I'm just going to go over that cities and school suggestions real quick, just so you can kind of get an idea of where we're kind of coming from with that. Julie explained it pretty well with what we're doing. So we have listed out the cities and the schools that had made a request here in this last little period, what their original allocation balance remaining was, so what they had not gotten from those first phases. So for example, Centertown had not requested any money previously, so that 57,7794 was their original allocation in total. So what we were doing is, like Julie said, filling that bucket first. So we will fund anything that hadn't been allocated on that first phase 1 through 3 kind of thing. So that's the same with the cities and the schools. So you can see like R5 Eugene, they didn't get their full request, allocation request the first time. So that $15,000 of their final request, that's more than, or that's less than what their original request was. So then we did a calculation based on the population of those people that had a request. So this isn't the population total of the county or the enrollment of all the school districts. This is just the ones that put in a request. So we took that, we took a percentage, and then we allocated out the remainder after that first bucket, that original allocation amount was taken out. And then we came up with a final allocation suggestion. So the one thing I do want to point out is some of these things have not been purchased yet. So for example, the Centertown, that's for some remote water meter readers. So I'm not sure if you give them $7,000, if they would purchase, because their request was for $67,000, if they would actually end up purchasing that. So that's something to consider as well. Same thing with the private schools. They have specific items that they're requesting that Cole County would purchase on their behalf. So whether or not they would use that full allotment of money if we divide it this way, that's another concern. But something just to consider when you're kind of thinking through these items. So that's all I would say. Go ahead, Julie.
Sorry, and then step on there. Anybody that would decline funding at this point, again, our recommendation would be that it would just go back to the county and then allow the county, to either purchase items on behalf of the citizens or, use the presumption of payroll, whichever, way. But at this point, we wouldn't go back and try to reallocate it. It's really, at this point, just a matter then for the county to, determine when they need funds and how to best spend that money.
I like the fact we've got some of our communities out in the county, we've got our schools out in the county, so I like this, and I would hope that, they can utilize it before the end of the year, but,
Yeah, some of these are reimbursements, but there are some in there that have not been purchased yet.
And one of the things we would require is for anyone that's not purchased, we would probably say they have until the 15th to make that purchase. And then if not, or they have to, basically, you don't want to be waiting the 31st of December or even the 30th of December, 30th, and scrambling at that point. You'll need to be able to react. So anybody that's not spent their money is going to have to make some quick decisions, or that money's going to revert back to the county.
That's not just spending, that's gonna be giving us an answer before then, right? Whether they accept or reject the funding.
Yeah, and I'll get these subrecipient agreements out today.
Then if they accept it, they have until a certain date to get it purchased.
Right.
Well, if they accept it, they have till December 31st, right?
30 to make the purchase.
That depends on what we want.
Yeah.
Yeah, your only risk there is that if someone doesn't, then, that's gonna be money that won't be spent.
We can make that rule though, right?
I'm sorry?
We can make that rule, right? We can tell them they've gotta get it purchased by such and
Yes,
such
you can
date.
certainly make it earlier than the 30th, yes.
A lot of these will have purchase orders or something that we'd be able to use.
Right.
Well, we just need to give them a cutoff date so we know what's left money-wise, if you're intending to use the rest of it
Yeah,
here.
because if we wait till after Christmas, then
We only have
if
one
they
budget.
say they don't want it, we
Yeah.
lose the money and goes back, so I'm not saying.
No, I don't really want anybody to go
Yeah,
back.
make sure we're on the same page.
Yeah, like Julie was saying, suggesting maybe telling them the 15th to get those things in. That way we have enough time to make those determinations.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll go ahead, if there's no questions on that for the moment, I'll go ahead and start with the funding recommendation sheet.
So, before you get started, so
Sure.
your recommendation for cities and schools doesn't follow the other sheet with the eligible costs.
Correct. I just wanted to, those have exactly everything that is eligible for each of those entities. So you can approve more than what we're suggesting. I just wanted to put together this so you kind of could see maybe a different, a constant methodology that we're using throughout that you could approve based on. So that is correct. The amount on the eligible side is going to be more on the funding recommendation, correct?
Right, so for,
They could be eligible, but there's just not enough money at this point to be allocated for that.
Yeah, if you saw something that you guys did want to fund, then it exceeded that 300,000, I mean, you're free to do that.
Yeah, and that would just come out of that,
Internal or unallocated.
the 2 million that the county has.
okay. So are you gonna just go through the whole thing then, or, I mean, I'd like to stick to these numbers here.
Yeah, I would too.
Or you, what their recommended
Yeah.
numbers.
Yeah, and I like their formula.
Yep.
I was fine with the
You're happy
formula,
with-
taking the
Yeah,
percentage.
we can do that
Yeah,
for the cities and the schools if you guys are happy with that. I can.
Yeah, because we're gonna have to sit down and figure out, okay, you got 425,000 for the communities, but we're only got 300,000, so you know, it's kind of a moot point to approve.
So could we
I can
go
tell you
ahead
which
and do
numbers
those
are
do those that correspond to, I mean, obviously the city would be the 277, 447, 50. Is that right? Is that right, Teresa?
So like, we're going A04060.
Yeah.
That's City of Jefferson, so
Right.
our recommendation is 277, 44750. That's correct.
You guys good with that?
Yep.
Yep.
And that's for both of those? No, just that first 300,000.
Just AO4060.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'll take care of that.
So I move we approve A-04060 for $277,447.50.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, I'm gonna skip 4066 and 4135 just for the moment. Those
Okay.
two are fire districts. I put them up in the municipalities, but I did not include them in the city's allocation. I thought that they could be included in some of the unallocated money in other or the internal. So we can discuss that if that's okay with you guys, or if I can move on to the other cities and get those approved right now.
We can do those later, or?
Yeah.
So the A04151, that's for Russellville.
Okay.
And I have 14,984.12
Okay.
as my suggested allocation.
Good.
Yeah.
I move we approve A-04151 for $14,984.12.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And then for 04155 and 04157, those are both Centertown applications. So a combination between those two of 756838. If you would like, we could approve the 2,000 for the 04157 and then the remainder for 04155. However you guys want to do it.
That's fine. You guys want to do the 2,000 and then do the remainder on the other?
Yeah.
You good with that? Okay, I move
What
we.
if they want to spend it all on 4155 and then?
I'll give them that option.
Yeah.
Or we could just approve both for a total.
Total of 7,560.
That's fine. We can do that as well.
Just, I mean, as long as they know that they can do it however they want to, is where I'm at with it.
Okay.
I didn't know if we were limiting what they could spend the 2,000 on.
As long, I mean, it's all eligible costs, so.
Yeah, it's all
Okay,
eligible.
as long as everybody agrees.
So we want to do both of them for a total here? Is that, okay. I move we approve A-04155 and A-04157 for a total of $7,568.38.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I'll go ahead and move down to the schools then, and
Okay.
you guys can approve those. I don't know if you want to go.
I got some,
So-
I got some conflicts here too, so.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Fine.
It's all right, I know which ones they are.
Yeah,
So, Jefferson City Public School, we are suggesting 241,682.35.
That's B03965. Is that right?
241,682.35.
Right, but B-03965.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, B03965.
Bingo.
Come on, catch up.
BR
All right.
5439.
All right, I move we approve B-03965 for $241,682.35.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
For B04055, we are suggesting an allocation of $18,443.55 in total.
That's for Russellville.
Correct.
Okay. I move we approve B-04055 for $18,443.55.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
For B04067, we are suggesting the approval of the $15,000 for the Chromebooks.
Okay. I move we approve B-04067 for $15,000.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And then for B04164, we are suggesting approving $4,635 in total.
Okay. I move we approve B-04164 for $4,635.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So Chris, you're okay on this one. So C04106, we are suggesting approving an amount of 3610 for janitorial services.
That's for River Oaks.
Correct.
Okay,
And these private ones will have to do the purchasing form?
right.
Correct. And I talked to, I can't remember what her name is right now, but I double checked that these were not reimbursements. These are invoices that have not been paid yet. That's why you see that request number different from the eligible cost number. Because I got with her to see exactly what had not been paid yet. So that amount has not been paid.
So the janitorial services, are they contracting with someone?
I'd have to look up to see who it is.
I don't want to be in payroll problems here.
River Oaks.
River Oaks is with Midstate.
Okay. We can pay that vendor.
Good.
Thompson Management Group doing business as Midstate Janitorial.
Okay.
Good.
Yeah.
Move we approve C-04106 for $3,610.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. I'm out on these next two.
Wait a minute, which one was that?
River Oaks.
C-04106.
Oh, 36.
3610.
I had the wrong number here.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. So that was the very
So-
first one, right?
Yes, correct. So
No.
C-04158, we are recommending $13,066.14.
That's Trinity.
13.
I move that we approve C-04158, A, B, and C in the amount of $13,066.14.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Abstain.
And finally, for the schools, I'm recommending C-04163 for $3,562.96 for some air purifiers and supplies.
I move that we approve C-04163 for $3,562.96.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Abstain.
Okay. Next one on the list is going to be the COVID educational campaign. I'm not sure if this has been in front of you. Julie and I both have some hesitation with this. I did keep it in the eligible cost just because it might run over into the next year. It looks like, I think they'll have some of the things done before the new year starts, but I think some of the ads are running in next year, some of the print advertising, things like that. So Julie and I were thinking it might be a better idea to use that $75,000 towards the public health and safety and set aside $75,000 for the health department. That way that there just isn't any confusion about whether or not that moved over into the 2021 year. Is there any questions with that, concerns?
Going to move it to where? To the health department for
So,
educational stuff?
Education?
That has to be
Yeah,
spent
so-
before the end of the year?
So the issue is any ads or anything that run past 12:30, then the actual event is past, the CARES Act deadline. So, one option you have is only approving the portion that's done in December, or to Teresa's point, if you just utilize the $75,000 on your public health and public safety, it frees up $75,000 in your budget to go ahead and spend that money, but you just don't have the strings attached that you would have with the CARES Act.
yeah, you just wouldn't use the CARES Act to actually spend this money. You would spend the CARES Act money on the public health and safety, and then use $75,000 of your own leftover money after that to do this.
So what she's saying is salaries,
We just want to be really careful
public
with
health
those
and
items
safety
that are kind of
salaries.
blending over to
You
that
just
2021 year.
reimburse yourself
just to
for
make
those
sure that they don't
salaries.
get
Sorry.
rejected when we do report
And we can do that?
expenses.
That's how we're gonna,
Absolutely.
that's how we're gonna do a lot of that.
Yeah, that's how we're, well, yeah, the.
Or we put it back
EMS.
into the money that's left, and that's probably pretty much what we were gonna do with it anyway,
I mean,
right?
it's, yeah, basically all the same. I mean, it's
I'm not,
all
I'm.
public
I'm
health
not
and
for doing
safety
this anyway,
salaries.
so the 75.
Well-
That education stuff.
Talking with Christie, we're gonna do a lot more than just wearing masks.
Because if you don't know what's going on with it, you live under.
No,
a
this
rock.
is, we're,
So we talked before about how the health department doesn't have a health educator. We have a nurse who does some health education. But, you know, marketing people and people that do that for a living, they know how to make messages creative. They're not just like, hey, you know, wash your
We
hands.
had ideas yesterday.
They, you know, they make it creative, and it's not, we don't want this to be punitive where it's just, you know, you better do this or else. You know, we want
Oh,
to motivate people, and we want to teach them the right things to do for their immune system. It's not just about COVID, you know, like I said, we've talked before about having some educational campaigns on, you know, boosting your immune system, healthy habits, because, you know, chronic disease, those underlying risk factors are definitely contributing.
That's part of the health department, though, is to educate, and promote that stuff, so.
Right.
Yeah,
We don't have a health educator or a public relations person
Well,
or a
even
marketing
when to
person.
call an ambulance, we were talking about that. I mean, you know, you can do all kinds of things that actually can be run as PSAs after this, as long as, you know, as long as the TV stations, radio stations will run them as PSAs.
Right.
Once you've got the ads made, they don't all have to be just COVID.
Right, and like I said, we don't have the equipment or the staff to make fancy TV commercials at the health department. That's why we wanted some outside firm to be able to really, you know, make some fancy, you know, ads
We'll always see
with doctors.
What it
things
is
like that.
before we do it.
Jeff
Well,
had a
that's
good
why we
ad
want-
about taking some videos at deer camps.
Oh, perfect.
So we might have had those.
Sorry, that's what we were laughing about up here. We digressed yesterday and had some rather vulgar
It's called slap
thoughts.
happy. And that's why I wanted Jennifer Walken to basically be the point person and be in charge of the campaign, but work with the marketing people too. So Jennifer would basically be in charge of it, but work with them to make our messages more appealing and more marketing, because, you know, Jennifer is awesome. She's an awesome nurse, but she's not a marketing person. And tailoring those messages that appeal to people that really make a difference is what we need. So.
And, you know, in any of the costs related to developing and getting everything pulled together, you know, as long as that's all done by the end of the year, by the December 30th, that, you know, that would count. But if there's any costs related to, you know, running the ads or any of those kinds of things past that deadline, those could not be reimbursed.
So maybe we just need to approve it for a portion of the cost, not the total 75,000.
I don't want to approve it for any of it. If you want to do an ad, bring me the ad and the cost, then we can just spend the money, because it's basically going to free up money at that time. If putting more ads on TV is not going to do anything at this point, because if you're not catching it on TV, people don't even know what to believe right now. It's
Well,
just
that's-
crazy. And I'm sorry, Chris, y'all doing too good of a job, probably getting too much information out there. And now they're changing the rules, so
Right.
it even gets weirder, to put it nicely. So now if you put that information out there too, that's why with this mailing that we're doing, I mean, I thought that was a good idea, because we were gonna have some educational stuff. People can look at it, and, you know, when I had COVID, I just followed the boxes down there, wrote down the date, I knew exactly what was going on, it helped a lot.
So
But that changed too.
I just emailed him, and they haven't printed our inserts yet. They've been busy
Good.
making the
Good,
masks.
good.
So I just emailed him while I was over there rudely typing while you guys were talking, and they said if we send it to them, they're gonna print them next week. So, because, you know, they had to make, you know, they make the masks right here in Missouri, so they've been making the masks and
Okay.
assembling the boxes. They haven't printed their inserts yet, so we can still get our
Good.
change in
So when they gonna print those?
next week. So
So
Jim was
hopefully
actually.
nothing changes between now and then?
I just proofread it before I came over, while I was listening to a vaccine call and while I was listening to all the local public health agencies yell at DHSS on the phone, so.
So if we tell people, there's a lot of people that don't want the box, they like to send it back. I've told them to take it to your churches or your schools.
Yeah.
The schools would probably like to have those because they're medical grade surgical masks, or give it to the hospitals because those critical infrastructure workers can work.
Okay, in the hospitals.
Yeah,
and
they
there's
can work
plenty of places
if they
can
have
go with
those medical grade
If they don't.
surgical
These are
masks.
70% effective as opposed
He said
to
they're
something
yeah.
that's 20% effective.
Now, how do you
ones-
know that?
Because we sit on all
they
these
have-
Monday
Right.
calls.
The salesperson actually
I
said
know.
they're-
Oh, the
they're-
salesperson
So
said
they're
it. I definitely
98
believe it then.
Yeah, they're 98% effective down to 0.1 microns. So
Right.
Yeah, hey. And they're made in Missouri.
Hey,
See,
late in the
I
afternoon,
like that even
I'm a little more
better.
pessimistic. I'm not gonna believe it all. But I like the socks. I bet those are probably 97% effective.
So I'm a little bit with Jeff on we've given the public so much information that nobody knows what to believe. I mean, I do like the idea of doing educational material. I'm a little concerned that, somebody's going to hijack our message. And Jeff, the mayor does not speak for Cole County. So when she's telling you guys whatever in your little news thing, the mayor does not speak for me or Cole County. So if you correct that. Anyway, I think the message has been so messed up, but I mean, the educational material I believe could help. I mean,
I would try. I guess.
but I agree that we need to have control over that message and make sure that we're putting out the message that the county wants to put out.
I think EMS needs to have some messages. And it's not just TV, it's going to be newspaper, radio, Twitter. So it's going to try to get to all age groups.
Get an airplane with the sign behind it.
I like that.
With your helicopter.
Yeah, John's working on one for us.
All right, you better keep us going here. I'm gonna digress again.
Okay,
All right,
so
where we at?
it's probably going to be easier just to run it through the health than try to say, okay, we're going to spend this much by December 30th on
I say we put it
production.
into our internal stuff,
Yeah,
and then we
yeah.
can spend
Yeah. Well,
just
But-
whatever on it later on.
But if we're going to move forward, we need to get going on it.
yep.
So
All right, well, I'm gonna skip the healthcare just for the moment and jump down to the nonprofits and the small businesses. I did try to contact everybody on this list to see if they had any information, to kind of clear up, some last minute, if this would be eligible or not. For the nonprofit, the only one that I feel comfortable with the eligibility is gonna be F04100. This is some telework equipment for the staff for the Jefferson City Chamber of Commerce. And then for the small businesses, we had two down there, G0405, which one was just rent, and then G04136. And this was a restaurant that had some items for the to-go, to carry out, and some PPE. And both of those in the amount of $5,000.
I guess I'm a little lost. So so we're not going to do any health care or?
We are. I want to
Okay.
get through these because I think healthcare we'll be talking about for a while.
Okay.
Trying to do the low hanging fruits.
Yep.
You probably just got it backwards. We're probably gonna turn this on you.
Yeah, the chamber was actually closed due to COVID outbreaks. So.
A lot of places were.
Mhm.
So it was the small businesses and the chamber, was that the two?
Correct.
Yeah, 4100 and 4050 and 4136.
I move we approve G-04050 for 5,000.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. And I move we approve G-04136 for 5,000.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I make a motion.
I'm okay with it.
I move that we
So-
approve F 04100 for 25,000.
Did you say the number right? Second, I think you did, never mind.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
All right, so, I guess we can jump into healthcare, then we'll jump back up to A, for those two, fire, protection districts. So, with the healthcare, we've got a handful that, provided, applications. Let me pull up my list of who these all are, so I can tell you who's gotten funding before. Okay, so E03888, they're requesting some thermometers. This was one that you provided them with some funding before, 23,968 of funding before. This amount is eligible, but it just depends on if you want to, if that's something you still want to be funding, and if they've already received funding, do you want to fund them again? E04062. This is a entity that has not been funded before. What they are doing is they had purchased a lot of Chromebooks and gave them to their patients so that they could do telehealth from home. So they are only requesting a portion of those Chromebooks, and that totals $7,650. For E04121, this is Cap Region, and this is their testing for the mobile unit for not the rest of the year, but it's kind of an estimate for the rest of the year. So I think we could get there with what you've given them already and their expenses through about October to fund them fully if we needed to do that. E04177A, this is a new healthcare entity. This is a senior care kind of facility, and they were requesting some hotspots so that some of their clients, they could do telehealth from home. And they also had quite a bit of payroll increase because of COVID. They had like the adult care people that would come in, like their kids or somebody like that couldn't come in because of COVID. So they would have people go out there and help them, and they were not charging those clients excess money. They didn't have the money to pay for that, so they just went out and did that. So that's the increased payroll of $13,731. And then finally, E04166. This is St. Mary's, and they are asking for a handful of things. And for the most part, the two big items on here are the Philips ventilators and the Xenix disinfector. Those two items have not been purchased yet, so keep that in mind. And I think the cones have been purchased and some of the other items on there. But yeah, they're asking for a range of items, including ventilators, cones for the test sites, scanners for their testing site, a label printer for their testing site, this Abbott 4 testing instrument, which is I think it tests the actual sample, but I'd have to get a little further clarification on that. And then that's the next disinfector to be used at the testing site, I believe. So that's what I've got for the medical. I don't know exactly how you want to divvy this out. So.
How many cones? How many cones for the testing site did they get?
It was a lot of cones. I think it was 100 and something. Cones.
Jesus.
It was 98.
So how much have we approved so far today? We had 300 and 300 and then another 35 and...
Correct. So 635 right now is what I've got.
Okay. And so what was our...
I hope we don't pay that much for cones.
We spent $4, right, for healthcare.
So didn't we have another 300,000
For healthcare.
Right.
for healthcare? So again, we kind of thinking through that methodology of either, funding some of these smaller ones that have not been funded before, and then, go to just either distributing the remaining amount based on tests. I think that was kind of what we did before. We could do, the prorated amounts based on the total requested.
I'm good with doing it that way, to split it up with that. This is the last of it, right? We're
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah.
I'm good with the new ones that have not received any funding before yet. Trying to give them a piece of the pie.
So that would be E04062 and E04177.
And
Those two have not received funding before.
Okay. And the 38888, that one has received funding.
That one has received funding, yes.
And you said that was what, 23,000 or something?
Yeah, they've gotten 23,968.
So we got about less, I mean, if you wanted to fund all those, it'd still be less than 30,000 between the three.
The 3888 as well, since they hadn't received as much, but.
I mean, it's, I don't know.
Julie and Teresa, what's the
$1,000.
90,549 and unallocated in the other section?
So that was just kind of what was left over in the not-for-profits and the small businesses after we did the kind of redistributing the 300,000. So that's kind of what we left over to pay for any not-for-profits or small businesses that still applied, instead of giving them a specific allocation like we did with the 300,000s.
And I think we were also planning on maybe using some of that money for these 5 districts.
Correct, if that's something that they wanted to
So
fund.
those are, those are 2
You guys
others
want to
that
approve those 3 small ones, or?
I think, I mean, this is.
So you could
this
take
is
those
when
3
we're
small
giving
ones out of that and
300,000,
reallocate the
so
300,000 to the hospitals based on testing.
We need, the hospitals are the ones that are doing all the testing and everything else, so, I
I'm
mean.
doing all the testing. Yeah, lots of people doing testing. We do testing. Well.
No, we need to give the 300,000, we need to disperse it however you want to the new applications, and then the rest to the hospitals.
So what about the 3 small ones? Are we gonna do all 3 of them, or are you guys good with that, or?
I was fine doing the 3 small ones, yeah.
Good, Sam?
Yeah.
Okay. I move we approve E-03888 for $1,023.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I move we approve E-04062 for $7,650.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. And I move we approve E-04177 for $17,106.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So what's that leave us for healthcare?
So that will leave us with 274,221. And if we want to do the split, as we've done it in the past between St. Mary's and Cap region, that would get us to,
What about that 90,000 you were talking about, or
Well,
something?
like I said, you could take those extra healthcare and even those extra municipalities out of that 90,000 and allocate the whole 300 between the 2 hospitals if you wanted. Because we're not gonna have any more nonprofits or small businesses, so that money's still on the table.
yeah, the only thing with that, I don't know if, the one that I would kind of maybe hold out, Cole County Historical Society, they were one that sent their application in at the very end. So I sent them some questions on that, and I haven't heard back from them, so I don't know if that's something that you would want to wait for. I know they've been closed basically since the pandemic started, so just trying to get a little more information on on budget versus, you know, what is actual COVID-related costs is a little harder for them, so.
But their max would still be 25,000, right?
Correct.
Well, I know, I've been talking to them, and yeah, so they could still be eligible in the not-for-profits.
So that would be the only one I would think out of these that I can't bring forward, would possibly still have information. The other ones I've been sending emails for a long time and haven't heard anything back, so I don't think I'm gonna get anything from them. But yes, Cole County, I just sent them.
So we could sit on that.
On Monday.
So even if you gave them the 25,000, you still would only be 87,216 with those 3 healthcare providers and the 2 fire districts. So you'd still be under that $90,000 allocation with those applications.
Oh, I forgot about the fire
So you're
district.
saying do the 2 fire districts out of the not-for-profit?
I think you could do. Yeah.
I mean, they are.
I mean, because you've already allocated your 300,000 for cities to those cities, so I think you could use the fire districts as part of that unallocated. Same thing with those other healthcare providers, the smaller ones that aren't hospitals.
That would give more to the hospitals.
And then you divide that 300,000 total between the 2 hospitals based on their testing percentages that we've used in the past.
Correct, so if you wanted to do that with the full 300,000, cap region would be 175,813, and St. Mary's would be 124,187.
Say that again.
For, if you want to do the total 300,000
Right.
to each hospital, and then take the other small ones out of the unallocated,
Right.
you would get 175,813 for cap region, and 124,187 for St. Mary's.
You guys good with that?
Mm-hmm.
Jeff?
Get her done. Either that or we're going into overtime here.
No, we're not done yet, but we're making pretty good progress.
There's 1,000 different ways of doing
Yeah.
it, so.
I move we approve E-04121 for $175,813.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. And then I move we approve E-04166 for $124,187.
All, second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
I'll second it.
Rush me, man.
So we gotta go back and pick up
Right.
the 2 fire districts.
Yeah.
So then,
Yep. So the last 2 are gonna be A04066. They're asking for mobile and digital scanners and radios. This is the Cole County Fire Protection District, and that amount is 31,613.
Good with both of these?
Yeah.
I move we approve A-04066 for $31,613.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. I move we approve
And then the
A-04135 for $4,825.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Sorry.
Keep your momentum
We're,
going.
Yeah.
we're giving money away.
Don't slow us down.
Don't slow down on my account. Okay, that's everything I had. I think with that, the unallocated amount we would have left over is, looks like about $30,000. I'm doing my quick math, right. So we'll either put that back into the internal or use that for maybe that Cole County Historical Society, and we'll present that to you if we do get enough information on that one.
So
I think that's all I had, Julie.
Yeah, the only other thing I was gonna say, so our recommendation would be that we go ahead and do a press release saying that the external application process is complete and that, you know, the county's not taking any additional external applications. And at that point, then it's just a matter of any internal spending that needs to happen, determining how we want to do payroll. And then, you know, if anybody for any reason doesn't get their funds spent, you know, we can,
Yeah.
you know, we can give, I think we could probably give them, they have 10 days to reply to the subrecipient agreement. So that's gonna put them right at the 15th, so it seems like we could probably just coincide all of that together.
Okay. Yeah, and I'll send out emails to all those other subrecipients that we have gotten agreements from that we haven't gotten the information as far as being able to fund and reimburse those. So I'll send the emails to everybody. I'm gonna try to do that by tomorrow, just to let them know we need everything by the 15th.
Teresa, has everyone signed their subrecipient agreement within the 10 days other than the private schools that refused the funding?
There was 2 businesses that did not sign theirs within the 10 days, so those were part of that 36,000 that we put back in. There was one that decided that they did not want the money, so they did not sign, and then I think the only one that was, I think we've gotten all, Lincoln University, now that we've got that subrecipient agreement figured out.
Can you send me in an email the one that decided not to take the funding so we can document that on our side?
Yeah, I got that list.
And then can you make sure you send me the applications from today?
I will do that.
And if
And then
there's,
we'll just do a full accounting for, I'm assuming we're gonna have a call next,
Yeah, Tuesday.
yeah, so we'll kind of do just a full accounting of where we are to date, so that, you kind of know what you have left to work with.
And then, Julie, will you send us something to put on the website about not taking any additional applications? We'll get that up on there.
Yep, we'll do that today.
whatever we,
Well, it's kind of late, we'll, if whatever we don't get done, it'll be like first thing in the morning.
Okay.
and I guess your software vendor will then take that off of our or take down that application, or is that up to us just to take it off?
I believe it would be for you all to.
Just remove the link.
Yeah.
Remove the
Yeah.
link, exactly.
Okay.
And then we'll notify them, that they're not, if they get anything, basically, it would just be rejected. And we can do like probably just a return email or something that says, no longer accepting applications.
And then, Teresa, I will have reports for you today of the money being spent out of the emergency fund. I should have those reports to you by the end of the day.
Jennifer sent me something.
Yep, she got you scans, but I think there's 3 more that have check numbers and stuff on it that I need to get to you yet, so.
Gotcha, perfect.
And then we'll be back to 9 o'clock on Tuesday.
Okay, 9 o'clock, okay.
I move that we close the CARES funding application process.
External.
All in
Huh?
favor?
The external cares, not gonna
All.
put it in.
All.
No, we need to
Huh?
make ours. We need to make ours.
Well, ours is all public health and safety, right?
Yeah,
Is that right?
I guess
There might be some for courts.
it'll be for.
Huh?
We're still working on getting a final estimate for fixing that window. Would that still be considered public health and safety?
It's internal.
And then what's
Internal.
John?
And he was saying close all
What's
applications.
John
I was
doing?
gonna say,
We're not actually applying, are we?
we are.
Yeah.
They're still reviewing before we purchase to make sure that
Qualifies.
everything we're doing qualifies. Unless you're at this point saying nothing else and you're taking the rest for payroll.
What does it really matter at that point?
However you want to do it.
I mean, that's certainly gonna be the most efficient,
So,
because that allows you to do whatever you need to do going forward, and you're not, we could just go ahead and move forward with getting that done, because that will take some time, just because there's certain requirements that we have to do in terms of payroll registers and things like that, so.
Well, so what about the emergency fund stuff that I just sent? So we have not approved that through there yet. Should we not do it?
Half a dozen of this, 12 the other. I think we can do it either way.
Which way do you want to do
I
it?
mean, it's coming from you guys internally, so if you'd rather spend out that stuff that you sent me, we can report that.
I haven't even done the track.
And then
Payroll.
anything left over.
you just want to change it to external?
Well, that's what I was just asking them. I mean, it don't matter to me, but I mean,
I think there's
the quicker we close it out, the quicker we finalize final reports and.
I just would like to get that through the end of
Okay.
November done before
It's fine.
and then from there on, we won't do anything else through there.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
So we'll amend the motion to make it external CARES funding application.
Okay, I'll second the amended motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank
Close it,
you.
and then we can't even get any money.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Thank
See you guys
you.
next week.
Thank you all, take care.
So,
Bye.
the-
I'm sorry.
we kind of control that, so we can,
I'd say the 15th. I mean, we have to have the answer by the 15th.
We're pushing them to get a finalist. But then I also wanted to ask about like that on-call pay and the overtime that we talked about before.
I think ours is a little more flexible because we have control over it. So if we're wanting to buy a tent to put up down here, per se, if we want to get it on the 20th. Of course, I know we want to have it decided that we want to do that beforehand, but
I haven't reviewed the payroll numbers. What did-
so measured, that's right around,
As far as what she's talking about.
from the curb to
No,
the building,
just
there's
payroll in
32,
general.
and there's
We're
about
talking
a
about
2-foot
just taking it.
little offset from
Probably
the
enough.
courthouse.
You don't have
So
to
it's
justify it.
30
You
foot
have
and
to show
nailed it.
payroll.
Yeah,
You
if
win
it-
free
Doesn't want
socks
it
from
by the
Sam.
hour. Who's
if it snows, I can put my link
There
under
you
my
go.
Corvette
Fit
in
with my
that,
truck
in
under
that,
there.
in that
What are you doing?
cover.
Total
It's
of
gonna
both
cover
our
both our
bids and
spots, all right? We're
Good,
gonna- We'll make
okay.
sure we do this right.
So when the courts are, when the courts are closed
Don't run over somebody.
down, courts are closed down, we'll just make it private parking.
We'll get some of those $30 cones they have and put them up. I hope we don't pay that much for cones.
So do we have any sub-recipient agreements to sign?
Not today.
Okay.
So I'd like to get Christie moving on this educational stuff, and just move that forward, and then, you know, if she can get that back to us or whatever, but, I know you don't want to spend any money,
You all
but
got the 2 yeses, go for
Yeah.
it.
So you want the health department to contract with Bucket Media instead of sending it through CARES, and you want us to be in charge of the message, and you want to approve it?
yes.
I just want to be clear with the direction.
Yeah, I think we need to be,
So
Yeah.
Since it's
not going to
coming-
be that consortium group, it's going to be the health department that's in charge of working with
It's
that
not gonna
group.
be the mayor and Sam in the commercials?
No.
no,
We'll get you a
No,
little
I-
cardboard
no.
COVID cutout.
I'm gonna wear my
Yes,
tux.
so I,
just
my,
want clear
my
direction.
opinion, I'd like for Jennifer to be in charge. I'd like for her to consult with, you know, doctors
The
and
hospitals.
hospitals and
Their marketing
others.
staff,
But,
yeah.
but I'd like for the message to possibly come back here for approval.
We can do that.
But,
We want to talk to
Do you want to do the
Lavery, too.
75,000, or do you want to make it less?
I say about $7.50. What can we get for that?
Nothing.
well, you sure don't want us doing the message, because ours would have been rather funny, but it wouldn't have.
It involves some chili and a free COVID test.
Parking, COVID testing.
And some type of
It'd
diaper.
be worse than the zipper merge commercial thing we did with the car.
He's still gonna record it. We'll see.
But yeah,
Oh, sorry, Christie.
I'm comfortable with that $75,000.
70s afternoon.
Are you good with that $75,000
Yes.
kind
Okay.
of
Yes.
target?
Okay,
Yes.
thank you very much. We will reach out and we will do that.
You're not gonna slash my tires, are you?
Too late.
And I guess is that a professional service, I guess?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
You just put that in our professional services budget. That's a
that,
professional service.
well, that won't have to be bid or anything since it's a professional service, will it?
And how much was it?
75,000?
And most of it being spent next year?
I would say there's a small amount that we would spend this year.
If you can just show
It'll
me
be
that
produced
vendor,
this
I'll
year,
set up a
I would
PO,
think, but
and then you'll have to carry it forward. Do they have a professional service? Yeah, the nurse practitioner. Okay,
You can keep that. I can print it out.
I'll probably have to get their W-9 and stuff. 75,000
Thank you.
on the regular budget.
I don't want to think about that. Do you guys want to hold the money you're taking for payroll and set it aside to be used for CARES?
I was gonna ask you, do you wanna set up a separate fund? for
I
that?
don't think fund, but I think you're definitely gonna need to put it in somewhere that money's still, I mean, I guess doesn't necessarily have to be restricted at this point, but do you still want to use it on COVID-related expenses? So in that circumstance, I think we should set up an expense line, and any expenses like this would run through that line.
You're the
Yeah, an
doctor.
extra, additional fund, like its own fund or something?
Not a
or-
fund, just its own account, so like its
Right.
own line in the budget would be,
It's more of a tracking
yes,
mechanism.
yes.
And I would think you'd put it through 127, so the commission's the only one that would have approval of that.
Yeah, I mean, I'd
So
rather
if
do
we have,
that
like,
than piecemeal it
Yeah.
around.
We'll never find
So
this
if we
back.
have like
Right.
additional printing of the contact tracing guidelines or things like that in the new year, it could come out of that fund. that
So it
we
would be
set
kind of
aside.
like our emergency funds we have set up right now that we used before
Once
we
get
had
the
CARES
insurance,
funding. We would have a line that we set up to be, you know, Cole County CARES or Cole County, you know, we'll figure out a name for
I
it,
like
but.
that. Cole County Cares.
Yeah, I do.
We do.
I do like that. We do.
Gonna have to.
Yeah, that's very fitting.
650.
Get that down, Jeff. You could use that as a heading. The heading of the article.
Or you should have to wait.
Cole
It's
County
gonna have to
Cares.
go back to the funds, but I think you should do all of the health
Yeah,
department.
it's excited.
I mean, it's probably 600,000.
Been here all day.
You're
You're gonna eat another McRib?
That's the payroll.
Uh,
I could run again, I just kept it.
Okay, anything else?
No,
Like I said, I had that question about like the on-call pay and the overtime, but I guess we'll get to that when we talk about payroll. And I thought I submitted that overtime, but maybe I did not.
I didn't see any, not to me.
Did I send just the hours to you? I'm sorry. Might have got a little sidetracked. And then the on-call pay, I know that like Dana put it in the spreadsheet, but she didn't specify like who and how many hours it was. She just
See, yeah,
put like a
this is
total,
talking
so you
about
would need
on-call
a
pay,
detailed
too.
spreadsheet of who it was and how many hours it was.
And the day, if she can get the day.
Okay.
Because we probably should have been putting that on the time sheets, but.
Well, we put it on our Excel timesheets
Yeah.
that didn't go into the BS, as we call it.
Yes, our system BS.
So, on that maintenance agreement thing, which you saw the emails, right?
I will send it. I have my.
I don't know, I'm leaning towards not doing it for $2,000 a year. I'm gonna try to take a chance, and, I mean, even if you have a service call, like LV said, you've got, you know, $500 and plus some parts in there, but it's still under 2,000. And if it's 4 or 5 years, not how long it's gonna last, about pay for a new one with that. So, I don't know where you guys are at. I was just gonna try to give Kristen some direction so she can, that was the only thing you were really waiting on, weren't you?
Yeah.
I mean, if they think that it's valuable and needed, then, you know, let them pay for it.
I think LV said
No,
that in the email.
I like that.
That he
I'd
probably
leave it
will.
out.
He's gonna use it, so I think he said he'd be willing to pay for it, but
Yeah.
I don't know if he said necessarily that
Okay.
one way or the other. but-
Leave it out at the
Leave it
moment.
out,
If
leave
you
it out.
change your mind, let me
Make
know.
an Executive decision.
All right,
The
anything
one
else?
thing that does
Anything
make a lot of
else?
sense though is if you do
I
have
don't
the
understand.
maintenance
You're
agreement,
asking for
you make a
your
phone call,
overtime
then
to be
you get moved
reimbursed.
to the top of the list or
Right.
get to the front.
You're a little more of a priority.
Anything else?
And it's always gonna break when you need it.
No.
To me, it has to be here and we could use some of this. but-
Right.
No,
And then
that-
just that's.
I don't think so.
No, we just-
Payroll out of. I mean, I guess we could.
We could.
The on-call pay.
We'll sign a contract at some point, probably Dawn, and so, should get that worked out.
But I mean, really, you're gonna get all of her payroll.
Anything else?
No.
Maybe we stand in recess till 4:30.
If it's,
Second.
if it's,
All in favor?
It's not them.
Aye.
It's people like me, Donna, and Chris, and Joe, that don't get it. They just, it'd be
What was it, 4:00 yesterday?
Nobody got paid for it, nobody got compensated for it.
Yeah?
yeah,
I think it was
so
about
they're
4
talking about
o'clock,
taking your whole
4:30 or
payroll
whatever.
from March through December and reimbursing the county for it.
Oh, okay. But
So-
this was not paid.
Huh?
This was not paid.
That's not been paid yet.
I
Cole
don't
County
know, I
Sheriff's
don't know that
Department.
it really is gonna matter at that point.
I mean, if we did pay it,